Are we live? I said, are we live? I'm really confused by this. Are we live? I need to know. Are we live? Are we live in his there? Because I'm using something different here, and I'm really sorry I did. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm sorry I'm using this. This thing tied me up for 4 hours. I still ain't figured it out. But are we live? Do we have a title? Do we have a thumbnail? Are we live, everybody? I just need to know. Are we live? Refresh. Are we live right now? Let me check on the phone. Are we live? I don't know why I tried to learn this. Right here, they on commercial. All right, we are live. All right, well then let's get it. Y'all had to excuse me, y'all. We trying something new here. Trying something new here. And it's not going well.
I rip that face, aim the shit in, pull up, get past, and So pass this pause anywhere about. So I can knock your ass out. Next up, this is Google in the court.
Alrighty, y'all. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. I fell asleep last night, y'all, and I apologize. I fell asleep last night. I apologize. But I did. I fell asleep. But alrighty. For those of you that wasn't with us last night on our road trip to the hood, for those of y'all that wasn't with us, come join us. Now we using Stream Elements. I believe this is the same thing that Reggie was using, and so I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't see the big deal, but it's very hard to start. I've started 10 times, but you know me. I keep at it. So let's go ahead and go full screen. Hit our Windows Media, and let's get started. Let's go to desktop. Get this footage off of our PC because there's a lot of footage. If you look, just this one is 4 gigabytes. Just this one video. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 12 times 4. That's 48 gigabytes. So let's get it off of here and get it on YouTube. Let's go. Our trip from yesterday. Hey, I got the same shirt on. Let me go switch shirts.
Okay.
Oh, you can't see me anyway.
That ain't got nothing to do with that. You can close that up. Let's close. Now, we need you to do your job.
Let me change shirts.
You can't do your job. I'm gonna make you do your job. Show me that. Okay, that's good enough. It ain't going nowhere. Okay. Still ain't done. That's adding a lot of weight to that. Still ain't done. Don't even sit down. Something always be nothing. Ain't got nothing, we can't do nothing. Now we can sit down. All right, let's go live. All right, we are live. Live in his ass. Time to get the bird straight. A little bit high. Put the camera in.
Let's get moving.
We need to go the other way.
Let's get moving.
Get the tail back.
Without me in the way, y'all get to see everything.
Another week's time. All right, who hit me up on the hangout?
Let's get moving. Slow, boy. Let's get moving. All right, let's go. Road trip time.
All right, y'all, we on the move.
We are
We are on the move.
That's a mechanic pickup truck.
That's what I'm missing. Oh, they took the grass. Let them on the right hand.
All right, y'all, we going to the hood.
Oh, it's just lying. Sit back and relax and go to ride. Hey, now, yo, welcome back here. Now, we just heading out here to the pharmacy. We're going on the other side of 25th Street, y'all. You coming? You making a left? I don't know what she's waiting on. You know what, y'all? I don't know if this thing go over speed bump. That's a good question. I'm so used to riding the electric bike. Let's see, what if they even go over speed bump? When we get... No, I got it. Okay, good. I didn't know. I didn't know whether or not we want to go over speed bump. Oh, I ain't turned right, my bad. No, I'm looking at my minister credential and still didn't realize it. Yeah, thank you, nice. Somebody coming already. I should go on the sidewalk. And see, all the houses stuck together, so ain't nobody got no driveway. So there ain't no driveway to come up.
See, when you watch me in 360, you ain't got to worry about.
We ain't got no way yet.
You ain't got to worry about whether the camera front or back. You see everything.
I think if we had to keep stopping and starting.
We be going, you can still see that car going. You can still see that car going away.
Y'all know what song this is? The ultimate road song.
One, two. Well, come on, tell me. Tell me. Why don't you want to? Well, we got a minute.
Now, this is where we broke the first camera at, right there. So, hopefully I can make it down here and get on the sidewalk.
Let me cam up real quick.
Because this is a big bump here, too. I got a good memory.
There I am.
Like this.
All right, let's go back.
It's gonna bump. Ow, ow.
Y'all can see the OBS is different. We use stream alerts.
I mean, this is alright, but I mean, it's alright. It's better than walking. It ain't much better than walking though, but it's better than walking. I'm blessed and all of that. We got done. 1, 2. School is good. And they got the TV and they can't even go. Let me tell y'all. Look, y'all. They fixed the school. They got the pretty that school is. Go back to the old videos. And take a look at how pretty the school is. That's nice. You might have to go over there and take a look. When I was trying to learn how to skate, I actually walked on the skate all the way across. I told y'all because of the mountain, all the water, go over there. That grass was so messed up that I was able to walk over there because of how irregular the soil was and how it didn't fall. I was more comfortable on that than I was actually, on solid ground.
Look at the Jewish graveyard.
That's rough right there. I wish that song go on. You were going to think I'm crazy singing that song. Why don't you? How about on this stuff? You want to? Come on, get the lips ready and tell me. Tell me. Why don't you want to? You can.
All right, we crossing 25th Street. That's the hood. When you cross this, when you cross 25th Street, you in the hood. All right, we gonna get ready to start seeing the bums. Get ready. They got the Korean carryouts in the liquor stores in these blocks. So get ready to see the people. Told y'all. There were the people loitering.
Alright, this is sidewalk. It don't have no lean on it. Alright, hold on, y'all. 1, 2. We gotta do it again. March.
I'm gonna say, there really ain't nobody out. I'm surprised. There really ain't nobody out. Sorry for the wobbling, we don't have no suspension. Streets raggedy and sidewalk raggedy. That's sad when the street and sidewalk are raggedy. Pretty quiet out today.
That's how you know. We're in the land of the devil. That's how you know. See that stuff on your thing.
I went at the right time. There ain't nobody out there. Nobody out driving. I went at the right time. You can't beat that.
Oh, damn.
No, now the camera didn't fall off.
The back one's there.
It went to the side a little bit. I had to straighten it out. Halfway. Even the family dollar looked empty. Nobody was out. It's the end of the month. Nobody ain't got no money. End of the month. Nobody ain't got no money.
I don't know if I even feel like going up the town.
Civil services is to your left up that hill. Y'all remember when they wouldn't let me in? Yeah, that's the bike. There ain't nobody out.
That's just very simple. If I had to get up, somebody going down.
It's the end of the month. Nobody got no money. Temperature went from 82 to 90 that quick. Man, I tell you, I'm turning this AC up. Stop.
I mean, this ain't bad, man, but it's slow.
That make no sense, man.
You know what I'm saying? Let's give me a couple deep breaths. Ain't nobody around. Let's take a couple deep breaths. Alright, put the mask back on. Now, I'll tell you inside. I hope you be good. gonna close them weekend on you. What's going on, buddy? Alright, let's head on to Fricciones. I see that thing, I'll fix it when I get up there. And I know what that bump we hit. I thought the wheel was gonna come off. Yeah, cool. That's so everybody saying it's crazy. You won't even say you want to play now. So we said it at 4 o'clock today. You ain't about it. You ain't about how about they gonna open up school. We're not gonna be there till now. So you got to be there. So big, so 2 days, you say 500 something minutes.
Now, see, those of y'all that watched the YouTube stream, now if I hadn't done this, we'd have ran out of energy. But I'm plugging the scooter up.
You can go ahead because even though I wasn't there, I went over there. And then we started that's what you can do. Yeah, but that's what we tell everybody. That was what right now. Like I said, we just trying to lie with it. We're trying to force it because but you know, they're always putting out money. He put it out of money. All the money thing. Put it out of money. Money was September. The lights were all school. But you cannot make the teachers. You see the lady quit, right? Where's the money for FEMA? Because you got the hurricane lower and the other hurricane. We're going to clear it. No, the transport. Stop building all those new contracts we got there. You give them the code, sir. Take some of that out back. You know the reason why I have a real man? We can't get a real N9100 or N95. Obama left him staffed with everything. He sold him gave it away. He left him with a fully staffed bunch of scientists in the CDC. I'm not paying y'all a favor. I'm a businessman. Y'all ain't making me no money. He got rid of everything. There's over here to pick up the money. Bro, he got rid of everything. What you got here, Sam? You know, I got somebody coming here. It don't work. It don't even work. I took the phone down and was locked. So, oh, sorry. I got my own. I got respiratory problem. I can't afford to get this TV. I can't afford to get no TV. And that man playing around with it like it's nothing. His children ain't got it. Let me tell you something. What's going to happen is the kids when they go to the be like, that's my mask. That's your mask. That's a cheap mask. Let me see that mask. Right? And they going to miss each other so much.
Y'all see, I walk in the place. Everybody will talk to me.
And they probably could be taking their money out of them. He's at the photo counter. Well, like I said, the same prices, all the old today. They knew he was going to say that. He can't make them go to school after he's saying. When he opens the school up, he's going to buy you something, right? Because a lot of teachers ain't going to go.
Now y'all see that I got the scooter facing the wall. That's why you see the wall so good. But if you look to your sides, everything that's behind us is right there. You can see me standing over there. I'm on one end of the counter. And the lady's still talking. She on the other side. She on the other side. Look at her.
He said he only got 42 plans. They only got 17 plans and they came from the county, but he can't make them right. But he said people still have a plan. He said there's no plans in their kids' school. That's not my phone number anymore. And I think it. That's what I told him to 443 73 9817. The Obama plan gave
Man, that can't pick up everything. Again, he look at the camera. Yeah, you on camera, sucker. What you gonna do about it? What you gonna do about it, sir? You ain't gonna do nothing. Yeah, you got a camera now. Yeah, what you gonna do about it?
It's a process including waste. Start them again, I'm ready to go. $31 on it.
Heard me say it was 31 on there.
But I called and changed the password on the same password.
So we got our maids. Y'all see it? I got my matching mask on.
All right, we got the prescription on eggs. We still. All right. I got the call, man.
I'm matched up to a T.
So, I'm gonna put the prescription in the bag.
I wish I had blue shoes. I need some blue shoes and some blue socks. I'm matched to a T. So I went with the Ravens.
All right.
Raven socks, Raven shoestrings, and the purple shoes. I got on 2 different colors, but they
all right. So we
matching.
got a little bit of Jeeps, and hopefully they'll let us get to the market.
Socks and the shoes match the hat. They got black in them.
We got a ways to go. We got to go over here to 33rd Street. We got a ways to go.
Yeah. And we went a different way.
They're saying it's fully charged, whatever. It ain't fully charged that fast. I appreciate it, y'all. Y'all have a good one. See y'all next night. We are out of here. You know we're gonna pick that. Oh crap, man. No damn.
Yeah, gonna get out of the way.
Where's my buddy at? Y'all know the scripture channel? Y'all know bless them? I'll see y'all next month.
All right, y'all, we going.
All right, y'all got off the scripture.
Look at the size of that courthouse.
Yeah, I've seen it. Remind me to show it on the short night.
Hold on.
Hey, y'all. The last of that lemonade, I had it iced up. I literally had it iced up. I had it iced up. And guess what? Okay. I had the boy iced up. And for hey man, he rides the bike. Almost till that age, you know, still ride the bike. Almost till that age, still ride the bike. I got nothing. I might stop by the church one time. I wonder when it's in the church. Y'all won't believe me if I told you. I never actually, you know, I do everything natural. Everything natural. You know, I just ask the spirit. You know, I ask the spirit what to say. And then I just go. I don't know how to do it. I just repeat it. He said you will tell you what to say. And that's how I do it. You know what I mean? That's how I do it. He said he's going to tell you what to say. And that's how I do it. You know? We'll spend hours saying that. Time and, you know, and gotta rehearse. You gotta memorize. I mean, if y'all want me to do that, I can do it, but I like to be natural. When you memorize something, suppose you get something memorized, and then somebody comes by and asks you something different. You all messed up. Yeah. You know, that's the way I do it. How we all remember. When you go down, you know.
Uh-oh. Why are we spinning?
Tommy said he was rolling all day. Oh yeah. Tommy said how.
Come on. Why are we spinning?
That's when I said right back, going back to see what rolling mark. I ain't said right out today. You will be on the hurricane so early. Tommy said I he's going to ref. The ref, he had a brace on. So he said, oh, no, I don't have a brace on.
It said we were doing 5 megabytes.
Yeah,
so that's why we in 2K.
Ice up.
I could have streamed lower.
I iced that boy up just so I could bring it. It's still left it. I left it right by the door. It's still left it.
Still iced up.
I still left it. I went there when they got me to LA. To XL. And they got me to LA. We would go 1 mile further. And we would have to. I tell you, the next one, you're going to have some tension on. But I mean, you feel everybody. You feel everybody. They don't say you on nothing. It makes you feel everybody. Ain't nothing wrong for that. I ain't gonna say nothing. Alright, this is the one right here. This is the first damn curve. Yep. It's solid the whole way. Alright, so let's go.
Look at it, y'all. I can't even get across. Look at that.
Ain't no way to do that right.
Yeah.
Come on, get hit.
It get worse. Look at this.
They got a car blocking the tower. Damn. We almost turned over on that one. Oh, I tried to kill it.
We going down the road. I fell off the bike on. Y'all remember that?
I'll take the sidewalk. We ain't gonna worry about it. Cruise on. Oh, we're gonna leave it in Jesus' hands. We gonna bless it. We gonna bless it. Now, we went to the market the last time. The cash air card didn't work. So let's see if it works at the market.
This looks different during the day. We used to ride by here at night.
This was bad. It's going the other way. This is bad. I lost my mind. I got in the street. I'm thinking I'm on the bike. I totally lost my mind. But you know them cars are coming. I lost my mind on this. I don't know what I was thinking. You wasn't. There you go. That was true. You wasn't thinking. Because if you were thinking, you would have came this way. That's real talk. Somebody called and hung up. Uh-oh. Something going on and I'm going right into it. Unfortunately, I'm going right into it. Oh no, that's music line. But let me turn my music up so. Oh, somebody free. Won't get played for that.
Somebody calling on that phone. I don't use that phone.
Oh! I didn't have a. The bump was that bad, the camera turned around. Why somebody say something? He did it again, got me that. Jeez, man.
Now, we used to cut up one of these streets. I did something really stupid.
If it wasn't so late, I'll go up to that store the driver was talking about. But I don't know if it's open. And if it ain't open,
How we gonna get back?
I'll go back.
That hill gonna kill a battery.
That hill is gonna kill the battery. Like
It's gonna kill the battery.
Just kill the battery. That hill is gonna kill the battery. I ain't know I feel this way. I'm killing the battery. Trust me, I'm killing the battery.
Now, this was a mistake right here.
I remember this street raggedy.
So why'd you take it? Why'd you take it?
Sometimes you make a mistake in life, and coming up this street was one of them.
Well, I'm gonna take a bigger mistake. You think this was a mistake? Wait till I get. Oh Lord.
You know it.
You thought this was a mistake. Wait till I get to the. Look at the street, y'all. There's a lot of cracks in it.
But I might have to go home. It's only 4 blocks over here. It's 4 blocks. Man, I think the worst street to come on. Back on. These ain't no cars harassing me, though. Can't be that. Bring it back. Slow it down now.
All right, y'all. We're gonna come up on the raggediest sidewalk in the United States. Sidewalk almost turned the scooter over.
You wanna go up this street? Yeah. We ain't never gone on the hill for y'all. I should go to the house. See, we got 9 people in here, know I'm not. We going on to the market. Let's go. We riding through the city of Baltimore. And we going places. Going places I ain't even been on the bike. Now, I don't like that because of that truck. So we gonna get on the sidewalk here. I don't like getting on the sidewalk. Somebody just cut the lawn. Like I say, humidity, it's halfway, so that's good. It's not really humid. Now, I could cross it. It's really dangerous trying to cross here.
I should have stayed on that side.
Ah!
They flying. Look how slow I'm going.
They got the white line here, so we'll go ahead and take it.
We need something with some speed. I'm sorry. I mean, it's all right. My God.
I told you I was going to fill the battery.
Now the car's parked, so we had to go up on the sidewalk.
Looks so raggedy, but come on. They blocked off right there, so.
Worst sidewalk in the United States. Look at it, y'all. We ain't got no shot.
I really think the worst sidewalk to get on.
Look at this. Look at that hole right there.
Yeah, I ain't never seen it out like this.
There's no old lady break her ankle trying to walk through there, break her head. Look at this, y'all.
Oh my goodness.
That raggedy sidewalk here. People have been ashamed themselves.
Oh Lord, we might get the grass. I'm better off in the grass.
Look at that. Look at that.
No.
Yeah, he almost said, oh Lord. He almost said no.
You are so wrong for that. Oh my goodness, I ain't never seen a sidewalk this raggedy. Yeah, Joe, you better enjoy this. I ain't getting on the sidewalk no more. You better enjoy this. I'll take my chances with the car.
That's gotta be the raggediest sidewalk in the United States. God darn.
Alright, so y'all know my street. This is the next one over. Mine's the one way. This is the two-way.
Yeah, we almost took a head on that one.
This is two-way. Still ain't figured it out, but you know, that's all good.
And y'all see, the whole time we going uphill.
Might try and get an apartment here.
We going uphill.
Pretty nice.
That's killing the battery. All uphill.
Going uphill. That's all we do in this neighborhood. Uphill, down here. How you doing, dude? Hey, I know. Hey, how you doing? Pretty good. And then I want to turn all the way. Because they're ready, yo, we almost tipped over on that side. I'll never let that side walk in. Somebody can have a gun in my head. I'll take my chances with you. You know what I'm saying? I'll take my chances with you me and go on that sidewalk again.
We almost tipped over.
How y'all fellas doing? Alright, y'all, I don't know if we're gonna make it to the market. But like I say, I charged the power bank up a couple weeks ago. Remember when I said I was gonna fix the bike? I charged up that power bank. And it's in the basket. And I did pretty cool with back here. Yeah, I ain't that trifling. That was trifling. That'd be strange. I had to break this thing down and call a cab. All right, he's back to my street. He's back. Now, I know where I'm going now. I mean, I know everything. Hey, Buck, he's back on my street. Y'all that watch me, I brought y'all a different way. And it's more juice. You know what I'm saying? If we had more juice, we would take, you know what I'm saying, a different way. You know what I'm saying? We had more juice. I'm not going to risk it. And come on. Why are you always, you're going to tip over to the side. You're going to be straight, sir.
And the camera tips to the side. I like how everything in the shot. You can see the front, the back. Just looking at it.
sitting here on one light. I'm sitting here on one light. And we ain't even been nowhere. And I charged up in the pump. I actually charged up in the pump. That's a male lady. Should have asked if she had anything for me. I'll be good this way. Let's go.
No, we not.
Let's go. Let's go. Yeah. Let's go.
Oh, that must have been the way back.
Out, out.
Didn't I actually go to sleep? What do you want, Davey? What's the answer on him?
If we can get up this hill without running out of Jeep, we got a good shot, y'all. If we can get up this hill and still have the energy left. Yeah, they don't park, so I gotta, they can still hill. It's all good. It's all good. Yep. Don't come straight. Don't come straight. Ah, can't get over that.
You go ahead and take my medicine. You got them on now.
Thank you. All right, I'm out of range. You good now? Let somebody yank that corn. Somebody yoke that corn if you did, sir.
Hey, y'all.
We can't complain. I ain't supposed to be in the street either, so. I ain't supposed to be there. I ain't supposed to be there. Like you said, go by go. I'll take y'all guests in a minute. We on our last dot. We on the red. We been on the red. We still got one more hill to get up. So I don't know if you're gonna make it. But if not, like I said, I got the power bank. That's what it's for. We paid $50 for this power bank. And now we're gonna get our money's worth. I carried it with the bike. And then we carry it with the scooter. They'll give us enough juice to get back up to the time. You called someone already. That boy got 3 stories on it. Row house with 3 stories. Something different. Alright, y'all, we still rolling. We on the last bar. Now, we get up that hill. One bar, I'll be surprised. That hill steep as a mother. God darn. Why ain't even this thing out? Y'all can look and see how steep this hill is. I don't know if we'll be able to get this. I mean, it's steep. Maybe I can pull off to the side and let it rest. And see if, you know, the energy, see if it, like, the battery, like, rest. You know how when the battery's dead and you turn your device off for a minute and let it rest, and then you turn it back on. But if I'm going to do that, I might as well connect the charger. You know what I'm saying? And then knock on somebody's house, be like, you gotta get the cord. You know, I don't need to come in. How you doing? Yeah, I'll be nice to everybody. Because even when they're mad at you, they can't do nothing to you when you're nice to them. And then if they do, you got every reason to knock them out. That's a win-win. That's a win-win. I was number nice on her. You drove us. It's just amazing how raggedy our streets are. All right, y'all. We almost up the hill. I didn't think we was going to make it. We got one shot. And after we cross this street, we still got a daggone hill to go up. Whoa, Nelly. I said, whoa there, Nelly. And that's a stop sign, sir, and you roll right on through it. There ain't never no cops around to see nobody going on the street like that. How you doing, sir? You know what I'm saying? But see, if I would have reached my pocket to pull out the joint, they won't take me on time. That's how it is. They want to hand me down. It's so easy to get caught up. That's why you gotta be on your P's and Q's. You gotta learn how to say, hey, it ain't worth it. Have you ever seen people hook car batteries and scooters? Well, it is these little car batteries. We 24 volts. Well, man. So that's the, a car is 12 volts. So we work on 12 volts. The alternator gives the battery heat. Alright, guys, I think we're gonna make it. I think we're gonna make it. I'm dead serious, y'all. I think we're gonna make it. Alright, y'all, we made it. How you doing, bro? I went down to WALGREENS. I got one dot of energy left. I ain't even got that. I got a dot. That's my prescription. And we got one dot left, y'all. We got one dot left. We made it, y'all. Cause all you wanna do is run, all you do is right, you're right. All I wanna do is that, but all you wanna do is right, all you do is right. See, I can't help you out with that, but check this out. Take it easy, take it slow. Welcome to the meeting show. Take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to my brother Garrett's show. Y'all straight Tuesday, your wet Tuesday, your sound Tuesday. Please, somebody release me. Take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to to the TV show. Take it easy and take it slow, and welcome to the Bubba Derek Show. I ain't stressed, I'm in it, it's a lesson. I ain't stressed, I'm here to teach a lesson. I ain't stressing, I'm here to teach a lesson. But you look, you was out there guessing. So take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the TV show. Take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the Bubba Derek Show. And welcome to the show. Take it easy and take it slow. And welcome to the Bubba Derek Show. But take it easy, take it slow. Welcome to the TV show. Take it easy and take it slow. And welcome to the Bubba Derek Show. Welcome to the TV show. Take it easy and take it slow. And welcome to the Bubba Derek Show. Alright, y'all, take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the Bubba Derek Show.
I keep on looking at it like it's good.
Alright, y'all. Sounds like I heard the dance yet go off. While I was doing our theme song. Thank you for the donation, Tony. Alright. We're going to hang out. Hope we don't interrupt the show. Where did it go? Where's the hallway? Where's the hallway? Alright.
Oh, okay. I can't turn the microwave on.
Alright, well, I appreciate it. Where you going out?
So what?
Yeah, where you going out?
Yeah, you cold.
You need the phone. I don't even know what I want. Alright, let me start calling. I can't believe you went all the way down off the road and no family. You went all the way on a daggone street. Really, you do that again. Yeah. Y'all been taking on the phone when I was driving. Right. Nancy said, "Hell, oh my God, They said $10 that one time when you were there. I'll have to support them more. Something said,
What's those in there?
I got this off of Amazon. It's a Polaroid. You see, we'll turn it on. You can see it's at 100. Can y'all see that? See it's at 100? That means at 100%. 22,000 million. And if y'all look, there's the HD plug. So I don't have to sit here. You know? We good. That's even. You're a little off, sir. But it's good. It ain't going away, is it? Nope. There you go. Still can't sit down.
I've got some like ice cream, okay? Sorry.
So you got to start it all that time. Should be a full wrong piece. There it is. There it is. Come on, baby girl. Ain't got all night. Everything you got going one way. All the baby's fully charged. I don't believe that, but as long as we get home. As long as we get home, that's all that matters. If we get home. All right. Now.
Look at moving.
Now where is it? I see it flashing. I see it flashing. And around. Okay. Let's go. We good to go. All right, y'all, we can roll. Hey, everybody. I'm back. All right. I said the stream was gone. What happened was, I had to go to the, well, they said that we had 4 bars. That 4 bars lasted about 10 seconds. All right, y'all, we got it now. How you doing? How you feeling? Good. All right, y'all. I gotta tell you, as you been in that flow through this, I gotta tell y'all, I feel like I'm ready to race. Wait a minute. Can we just back here? Can we squeeze on back here with these things? Thank you, man. Alright, bro. Y'all too slow. I feel like 3 deep in this thing. Right. Yeah. Well, they got the job done. They got this big basket. They got the job done. I can't complain. And we ready to go. There you go. Yeah. This thing feels 10 times as fast. I ain't trying to front. This thing feels 10 times as fast. And the man that's through the man, it's nimble. That's just saying. I feel nimble as all the run. It's like he's in a whole different stratosphere. You know what I'm saying? But I just saying. Let me raise that up. And you guys can see it. So you block that and you block this. Okay.
Yeah, that's like weak. And you charge.
That's good. Somebody right there in my face. Right there in my face. I gotta say, y'all, as you been in that flow through this thing feel like, I ain't gonna lie to you. It feels like somebody gave me a jet. Yeah, I knew it called something. Give me that. I don't know if jet food to go like 1 mile per hour, but I'm just saying, it feels slower than dirt. How y'all doing? I can tell you, it feel like, I'm just saying, yo, I appreciate what I got. Even though I still want to go faster. Everybody and their mama, right? Everybody and their mama and their brother. Come on, everybody, come on. Come on. Come on. Y'all got the right of way, come on. Y'all pay y'all insurance. Y'all pay y'all registration, come on, y'all got the right of way. Come on. Let everybody convene, come on.
Yeah, all you did. Lights on my back.
Come on, everybody convene. Anybody else? Anybody else want to Mr. D? You find somebody else. You find somebody else. Anybody else want to hold me up? Come on. Let them all go. I ain't got nothing better than this. Maybe they got a damn life. You ain't took mine. You got to go. They pay insurance. They pay registration. I don't pay nothing.
Take it easy and take it slow.
I ain't in no rush. Put them in the rush. Put them in the rush road. Alrighty, y'all, we on the way back. I gave y'all the nice scenic route. We went all the way down North Avenue, Harper Road. We came back up. And I mean, we just barely hit the town. We barely hit that boy. I'm telling you, we barely. When I say barely, I mean we barely hit it. You know what I'm saying? We barely hit it. That ain't no front. We barely hit that joint. That's all I'm saying. We barely hit that boy. But we did it.
This phone is wrong.
All right, the fourth light came back on. We going uphill. Y'all see how steep this hill is? So we good. He went down in the hood and came back. We went and got our shopping done. Like I said, I got my man. Thank you, Chung Lee. Thank you, dear. Thank you for your donations, Nancy. So he turned. What the hell you sit all the time for? You know, some people, you just want to go bop him in the back of the head. Seriously. I know some of y'all are saying, what if he go turn around? He gonna turn around, y'all gonna see somebody get body slammed, and we gonna have it at 360 degrees. That's what happened. I already told y'all, if I got to get up, somebody going down. I shouldn't have to get up. I ain't bothering nobody. But if I got to get up, something going down.
So it feels like 98. Oh, man.
We ain't worrying about no police. I got it at 360.
So it's 89, but it feels like 98. Damn.
That is the cheapest little house. Why is it buried like
this
that?
Phone says 82 right here.
It's buried in between those two houses, even though you can see off the side. Ain't nothing to see but a real building next door when you study. Beautiful house though. It's for sale too. If I had the money. If I had the money, honey. If I had the dough, I'd buy that yoke. I said if I had the dough, I would buy that dough. And I tell you, if I had the dough, I would buy that, yo. If I had the dough, come on, sir, come on. I gotta tell y'all, I'm gonna say it. At the man in that slow John car, I'll say it again for the 80th time. Y'all probably tired of hearing me say it. But God darn it. But since we got plenty of energy, can we turn the light on?
All right, y'all. I want to show y'all where I almost got hit at.
I can't even tell.
And then we'll go to the Mars in Washington.
Can I find it? There we go. We got all the lights on. It's gonna kill the battery though. That little light ain't gonna hurt the battery now. Use it. Ding, 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 ding. Anybody still here? I know a lot of people left. I'm sorry, y'all. But I took y'all advice. You can't get mad at me. I did what y'all told me to do. You said use the giant scooter instead of my own. I had to take all that stuff off. Y'all saw it sitting in front of the giant scooter. I had to take all that stuff off. Now, I'm not going to be worried about it. Oh, yeah! Jesus! Come on, back, come back! No, hell! Well, them calls came out nowhere. God, God! All right, y'all, I need a faster scooter. At the man in the giant car, this car all right. But that down, I just almost lost my life. It goes forward at 4 back, and it goes backwards at 2.
Y'all gotta realize something. Y'all gotta realize something. It makes everything look farther away. The 360 makes everything look farther away. Y'all need to watch that again. And you don't see nobody. Now look.
Oh, yeah! Jesus! Come on, back, come back!
That car is not right there. That car technically is right next to me. This car is right here where you see that manhole cover at. It looks farther because of the video. It looks farther away.
Go hell!
Let's show it again. I mean, go that far back. Yeah.
Oh, yeah! Jesus! Come on, back, come back! Go hell!
That was farther away than it looks.
Well, them calls came out of nowhere. God, God! All right, y'all, I need a faster scooter.
Y'all sitting there looking and that car right up on me.
At the man in the giant car,
All right. I just wanted to see that part again. And 360. Let me close that. Now, y'all notice we using the Streamlabs. The stream whatever. But anyway, let's get rid of the Windows Media. Come back. And who did I send it to? Yeah. I sent to Liz. Somebody got an hour and 15-minute commercial. Come on, man. That don't make no sense.
He thinks Joe Biden shouldn't debate President Trump.
Don't tell anybody I told you this. especially don't tell Joe Biden, I don't think that there should be any debate.
I think you ought to shut up.
Legitimize a conversation with him, nor a debate in terms of the presidency dates. Joe Biden asked you what I thought about it. I don't think that he should dignify.
I'm only saying that because why would you say that?
With Donald Trump.
No, she was on TV. And here's Joe Biden's reaction.
As long as the commission continues down the straight and narrow as they have, I'm going to debate him. Now I know for certain.
I could be on the losing side of all of this because as soon as she said, "Don't tell anybody I told you this," then you knew. She's too smart to just say something like that and not know that it's going to have a lot of consequences.
You know, I'm stupid.
I'm kind of surprised that Joe Biden didn't more forcefully shut it down because there's this aura that they think that there's basically going to be some big problem that he'll be able to debate, and they want to not have to not do it. He shuts it down, but I don't think it was as forcefully as he could have.
No.
I still think there will be debates. There should be debates, but now I'm skeptical when she did that because she doesn't do that lightly.
Exactly. You know, Jesse, if this were high school, I think you would be the person that would start making the chicken clucking sound.
Wow, you nailed me, man. I was such an instigator in high school. Wow. I guess I still am if you think about it, but now I get paid to do it. I mean, isn't Biden taking performance-enhancing drugs? Didn't the president accuse him of taking drugs during the debate against Bernie Sanders, which I don't know if you guys remember it, Juan. I told you after that debate how I thought Joe Biden was so sharp and so crisp. Maybe the president's onto something. Who knows? He'll have to submit to a drug test. But Greg, why are we talking about this conspiracy theory? This is a right-wing talking point. I mean, only Nancy Pelosi, Joe Lockhart, Thomas Friedman, and about a dozen Democratic strategists have raised this issue about Biden ducking. Here's what I found funny. A guy tweeted this. I was going to give him credit, but I forgot to write his name down. But this is it, the strategy from Biden. Don't debate. Don't leave the basement.
Don't
say,
oh my.
the election. How arrogant do you have to be to think that's going to...
Pretty arrogant, but I'm pretty sure that was a question you didn't want to answer, me to answer, but I answered it anyway.
Thank you.
Martha, is this a trial balloon or a trial Hindenburg?
I think you should say to Nancy Pelosi, like, stop trying to help me because it puts.
Hold on, y'all. That's a 410 number.
They're absolutely.
Hello?
Car's extended warranty.
I don't have no warranty. I don't have no car. Leave me alone. Stop calling me that crap. I don't have no car.
I believe there absolutely have to be debates. I think that he absolutely can.
All right, y'all. Don't worry, we gonna get to the National Monument in a second. We gonna go join our boy Reggie. This is why y'all get mad at me and I don't care. Women shouldn't be in the front like that. What she said, if you're a Democratic fan, was stupid. That was something that you don't say if you're a Biden supporter. Why would you say it's not a good idea when the Republicans are saying that he feeble, he got Alzheimer's, he can't remember his words, and you're going to wink, wink. I don't think that Biden should debate Donald Trump. What does that say? What did that say about your party? What does that say about him being fit for the presidency? When the leader of the Democratic House says, I don't think Biden should debate Donald Trump. Nancy Pelosi is saying the man you got dementia. She's saying the man is in trouble. The man need to be in a nursing home somewhere. That's what she said. And the Republicans are going to have a field day with that. So if you so smart and you so intelligent, why would you say something so stupid? You know why? Because she said what she felt. And that's why women should not be in politics. I keep telling you. You don't say what you feel. You don't say what you think. You say what you know can help you win. And you telling America that Joe Biden, your presidential candidate, should not debate. That's telling the world that you think the same thing the Republicans think. That the man is old and feeble-minded and the man is not fit to be president. She just caused a huge blow to the Biden campaign for y'all Democrats. Nancy Pelosi is holding up the unemployment and the stimulus checks. If she is in your state, make sure you vote her butt out of there. Send her home and tell her to go home and do some crocheting. Go home and cook something. Get out the daggone Congress. Get off TV. You're making a fool out of yourself. But see, she feels she's doing the right thing. Trying to take the heat off of her because she determined to get this money for the states. Which is one of them sure is hers. So she's selling out. She's selling out Joe Biden and getting the heat off of her. Because everybody mad at her right now. Because she's holding out. But why would you throw Joe Biden under the bus? Because that's what she thought she could do. That's what she felt like doing. She feeling the heat. And then she's going to throw everybody off of her and try to throw everybody on Biden. Did you hear what she said about Biden? Yeah, we got to look at Biden. Biden going to have to take that drug test. We think Biden need to be tested. We need to have independents go in there and make sure this man is capable of running the country. Now, I thought that y'all should know that. Y'all might have missed it. I can't believe she said that. Stupid. What? Wait a minute, was they the only one I had? What's that? Why the PC move so slow? Do we have another video? Doggone it. Okay. Alrighty, y'all. We're using this new Yeah, okay, that'll work. Browse. Download. Alright, y'all see this on y'all screen? Donald Trump 6 hours ago. Donald J. Trump, we will not stand for looting, arson, violence, and lawlessness on American streets. My team just got off the phone with Governor Evans, who agreed to accept federal assistance. Portland should do the same. So basically he's saying that the governor of Kenosha, Minnesota. The governor of Minnesota, where they had the Kenosha riots that we covered earlier this week. He accepted help from Donald Trump. That's why they had all them troops out there. Donald Trump will not stand for looting, arson, violence, and lawless on American streets. Then you need to go get rid of all the police departments and start fresh. That's what you need to do. Start there. Then you need to go up in the hills of Georgia, go up in the hills of the Carolinas, go up in the hills of Texas, go up in the hills of Mississippi, Louisiana, and get them racists hiding up there with them compounds. Go up in there and see what they doing. You're not gonna stand for it, sir. But no, that's your buddies. You ain't gonna do nothing to your buddies, is you? You ain't gonna do nothing to your buddies. Stockpiling all them weapons. He ain't mentioned the hurricanes. He's talking about Portland and Minnesota. This was 6 hours ago. He ain't talking about what's going on in Louisiana. He's talking about what's going on up in Minnesota and Wisconsin. It's amazing how he worried about that. Why don't you go get the real terrorists? Why don't you examine the police departments to see why these scared cops keep killing black people? Why don't you go do that? Nah, you don't want to mess with your buddies, do you? You don't want to mess with your buddies. You know the protesters are going to stop being mad and go about their business. But you know, them racist terrorists ain't going to never stop, and you know it. And you ain't got a problem with it. Because if you had a problem with it, you go handle it. If you had a problem with it, you go handle it. You worrying about what they doing in the Middle East. You worrying about Hong Kong in South Korea. You worrying about what they doing in China. Take care of your own house first. Clean your house. Then worry about everybody else. Clean your house, Donald Trump. You won't do it. You ain't man enough to do it. You don't need to do it. Go take care of your own house, sir. Take care of your own. Then worry about what somebody else doing. Take care of your own house. I'm the hardest on China. Everybody call me. Take care of your own house first. I don't care about China. I don't care about South Korea. I know I'm scared to walk down the goddamn block at night. One of these crazy terrorists will come up with one of them daggone machine guns and shoot the heck out of me. That's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about one of these rogue cops. Gonna see me going down the street in a scooter and get an attitude. You ain't supposed to be in the street. I'm more worried about that than I'm worried about the damn South Korea. Then I'm worried about the Middle East. I don't drive. I don't care about no oil. You keep trying to tell us what you doing with other countries. What are you doing with your own? CV still out of control. You just gonna wait until everybody gonna get it, gonna die, and then everybody that don't die will live on, and we'll pretend it's not here. Isn't that what you're doing? Why does your Republican buddies want to give $93 billion to 43,000 millionaires? They want to give $93 billion to 43,000. Why do millionaires need money? But the American person is trying to put food on the table. Can't get nothing. Explain that, Donald Trump. See, I'm not going to attack you and not have no reason. They still taking Jacob Blake to jail, even though they paralyzed him. And he handcuffed to the hospital bed. That don't make no sense. I'm really sorry to hear that now. It doesn't make any sense. That shows you how sick people are, and that's sick. Speaking of that, this from Chung Lee. Chung Lee gave us this yesterday. We didn't get to play it.
Hey everyone.
I knew it would be a commercial, but I was ready. I was ready.
Before we have our sisters address you, we want to give a brief update on his medical status and also our fans. So at this time, I will have Attorney Patrick Sabi Jr. and Attorney P. Ivory Lamar join me as we update you. And as they come, I will tell you what his mother and father just did. Certainly touched my heart, praying for humanity. The question is it touching the hearts of the people with the authority that we have legally given the right to use force in America? That is, the people who are supposed to protect and serve us. But when you look at that video,
they guarding him around the clock. He paralyzed. What are you gonna do?
Jacob Blake Jr. being shot at least 7 times at point blank range, where the officer is holding his t-shirt, and you see it on the video. Remember what his mother just said. Where is the humanity? Where was the humanity for this citizen? And as
wait a minute. I thought I got rid of that. Hold on.
The color of his skin. Where is the humanity? In the law,
No, it's showing.
we often talk about deliberate indifference.
Why it ain't showing on screen?
Well, I think you don't have to give you
All right, there it is. It's on delay.
to let you know that what they his son was done with deliberate. As she said, think for a second. Think for a second what other things these police officers could have done instead of firing at least 7 bullets into the back of Jacob Blake Jr., leaving him at this moment paralyzed. And his family is very faithful. They believe in miracles. But the medical diagnosis right now that he is paralyzed. And because those bullets severed his spinal cord and scattered some of his vertebrae that Attorney Sally will get to in more detail, it is going to take a miracle. It is going to take a miracle for Jacob Blake Jr. to ever walk again. He is currently in surgery as we speak, still struggling to sustain his life and to hopefully become some resemblance of the man he once was. So at this time, I'm going to call Attorney Patrick Sabi first to hear from Attorney P. Ivory Lamar and give updates.
And my name is Patrick Salvi Jr. We're at the office of Salvi, Shostak, and Pritchard in Chicago. As you've heard and as you can imagine, when at least 7, as many as 8 bullets from point blank range the body spread through the tissue of the human body, that can cause, and did in this case, severe and likely permanent injury. Miraculously, because I imagine you've all seen the video, Jacob is alive. I cannot tell you how pleased we were, how full our hearts were when Leah came back from visiting with him. and actually told her a joke. That was tremendous news. Let me go through some of the stuff. Mr. Crump is correct. He had a bullet go through some or all of his spinal cord. At least one bullet has holes in his stomach. He had to have nearly entire small intestines, suffered damage to his liver. He was also shot in the arm. So Jacob has a long road ahead of him. A lot of rehabilitation. You heard he's in surgery right now, and it is not going to be the last surgery. So he has a long road to recovery. We are going to hope, pray for as good of a recovery as we possibly get. Jacob is going to fight hard, no doubt about it, with the support of his wonderful family that is behind me. But that type of rehabilitation recovery is not free. So part of what we need on Jacob's behalf in light of the travesty that happened on Sunday, we have to bring civil lawsuit. And we're going to be doing that, among other things, get Jacob the resources he will need. Young man, got decades of life ahead of him. What he needs now and what the civil justice system provides for under these circumstances is the best possible medical care to absolutely maximize recovery. And so we're going to fight for him for that. And of course, finally, the fact that process under the law, something that Jacob was not afforded. Dignity, humanity, and compassion, which is how police ought to be practiced in this country, that it applied to Jacob no different than it is applied to me. Because we can all wonder that if all else being equal, would I have been treated that way? Those are the things we're going to fight for.
Right on time. Donald Trump just tweeted something, y'all. And Donald Trump just tweeted something. Let me cover Naya comments first. Said they plan to carry Jacob Blake to jail even though he's paralyzed. He's handcuffed to his hospital bed. He said, yes, BDS, wasting tax dollars having officers guard him around the clock. Where is he going? He's paralyzed. Naya said Crump must have one heck of a team. He's everywhere. Talking about the black lawyer. Naya said, I'm afraid to be in surgery. I asked Naya if she have a link, and she said she'd be right back. And there's the link. So let me snatch that link real quick. Copy link address. And I want to show y'all something real quick. I'm going to send it to, who's first up? Snazzy. So let's send it to Snazzy. And then we got to go to Snazzy. And it didn't go through. I sent it to Snazzy, right? It ain't showing up. Wait a minute, here it comes. Yeah, why did they move so daggone slow? Oh, okay. All right, it's sending. Oh, no. Oh, no. Hold on a sec. We got to do it again. Holding short. All right, save the gallery. Go back to Hangouts. Send it again. Save image as. Save it. Alrighty, y'all. Here we go. Let's go back. What? You cheating for? All right, y'all see that on y'all screen? Now I showed you the one before, remember? I showed you the one before where he was saying he offered assistance. He ain't gonna stand for no looting, no shooting, no anything. Y'all see that, right? I mean, y'all see it. Seen it. Now he says, since the National Guard moved into Kenosha Wednesday, 2 days ago, there have been no further violence, not even a small problem. When legally asked to help by local authorities, the federal government will act and quickly succeed. Are you listening, Portland? He's still trying to get the National Guard up in Portland. The Portland governor and mayor don't want it. But he wants the troops to go up there and beat them people up. So Donald Trump can say, see what I did for you? See what I did for you? The CV killing you, but look, I'm stopping the protest. TV killing you, but I'm stopping the protest. Biden wouldn't do this. Look at me. I got the National Guard out there and everything. What the heck Biden know? That's what he's trying to say. So elect me. But he won't do the things that I asked him to do earlier. You want to send troops up to Portland? Why don't you send troops? We're back. I don't understand why we cutting off. And it's the phone company. Because we have a negative 91, which is good. But we only got 3 bars. We got a negative 91, we only got 3 bars. Let's restart the cell radio. All right, now we got 4 bars. All right, now you got a link for us, let's get it. Now it's saying the video output is low. Let's do a refresh. It's saying 91 with 4 bars, we should be green. And if we ain't green, we know something going on here. We negative 91 with 4 bars. We normally at 94, 95. But the past 2 days, we was at 98, 101. Now we at 91. Everything should be gravy. Let's do a speed test. Let's do a speed test. It's 11:12. Now remember, you can Google it. Google Visible Phone Company. What? That's impossible. We wouldn't be live right now. If that's all we were getting, we wouldn't be live right now. Y'all see that upload something? Not even a megabyte. We streaming in 2K. You need at least 4 megabytes for 2K. Now it's saying 2.7, whatever. And now it's saying 3. All right, something wrong with the phone company. I can't do the phone company. Now I can stop the show and come back at 720 or 1080. All right, it says we green. All right, let's roll on. It says we green. Let's roll on. All right, it's nice, Link. 15 seconds, that's a commercial.
Kenosha, Wisconsin now, and an update on Jacob Blake, the man shot 7 times in the back by a police officer. His family says he's severely injured, now handcuffed to his hospital bed. His father says he was heartbroken to see his son restrained, family calling it an insult to injury. 29-year-old father is now paralyzed from the waist down. Shooting on Sunday, severing his spinal cord, damaging his liver and kidney. Doctors having to remove almost all of his colon and small intestine.
Oh. Let's check this out too. We got a commercial.
The FBI now investigating the police shooting of Jacob Blake in Kenosha, Wisconsin. The Wisconsin Attorney General identifying Rustin Shesky, a 7-year veteran of the Kenosha Police Department, as the officer who shot Blake. Meanwhile, a 17-year-old from Illinois is in custody in connection with a double fatal shooting at the protests on Tuesday. NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster joins me now. He has been in Kenosha all week long. Shaq, let's start with the Jacob Blake shooting. What more do you know about the shooting itself and the officer who fired the shots into Blake's back?
Well, Allison, you mentioned some of the more recent information that we learned, that the officer was a 7-year veteran, Mr. Rustin Shesky, and we also know a little bit more of the timeline and the circumstances surrounding what exactly happened on that Sunday evening. Officers say that they they were responding to a call from a woman who said her boyfriend was at the location and wasn't supposed to be there. They're not saying whether or not that person is Mr. Blake. They're just saying that was the call that they were responding to. And they say when they got on scene, they encountered Mr. Blake. They tried to arrest him and they unsuccessfully tased him. In that interaction at some point, they say that Mr. Blake admitted to them that he had a knife in his possession. They do not say whether or not they saw that knife or whether or not they knew where that knife exactly was. But then they say after the officer shot Mr. Blake 7 times in the back, they do confirm that they did recover, investigators recovered a knife in the from the floorboard of the driver's side of that vehicle. So we now know more information than we have known since this all began. We had that statement that came out on Sunday evening after the shooting, but now we're starting to get a fuller picture of exactly what happened and what occurred at that shooting. Allison, while I have you on this topic, I want to bring up a new statement or a new tweet that we just heard from Andrew Yang. And the reason why I'm doing that, I know that might sound a little bit confusing, but the reason why I'm reading this tweet is because he says he just spoke to Jacob Blake Sr., the father of Mr. Blake, who's in the hospital right now. And Mr. Yang says his son is conscious. He says his first question after he woke up was, quote, "Daddy, why did they shoot me so many times?" Andrew Yang continues to write on Twitter that he wept to his father. He has restraints on, even though he can't move his legs. So it sounds like, according to Mr. Yang, who says he spoke to Jacob Blake's father, Mr. Blake is conscious right now. He does have handcuffs as he's in that hospital bed, and that's the latest we know about his condition at this point. Allison?
Jack, let me ask you as well about the teen in custody for Tuesday's shooting. He was from Illinois. What do we know about why he was in Kenosha?
Yeah.
You deserve an extra payday.
Yeah, 17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse, 17 years old. He's from Antioch, Illinois, which is about 30 minutes away from where we are right now in Kenosha. And Right now, we know he's in custody. He's in Illinois custody. At some point, they want to bring him from Illinois to Wisconsin. We will see him in court, at least virtually tomorrow at some point. It seems like it'll be about tomorrow morning, and it'll be via Zoom or some other forum like that. We'll see him in court. But what we did find overnight, he was actually interviewed on Tuesday night. Tuesday night is when he was accused of shooting and killing two protesters, one 26-year-old man, the other was 36 years old. And ahead of that shooting, he was interviewed by the Daily Caller, an online publication. Listen to a chunk of that forum like that. Look
at that dweeb. Look at him. Look at that dweeb, y'all. Look at him. Out there in the woods with that rifle. A dweeb. Can't fight a lick. This might have been your next school shooter. You might be looking at your next school shooter. A dweeb. You supposed to be angry at the police, but you shooting at regular citizens. Because you was afraid they were going to put their hands on you. You was a punk and a dweeb. Look at him. Barely 120 pounds. He could knock a fly out the air. Gun bigger than he is. Look at that dweeb. You feel like a real man, don't you? Holding that gun. Because you know without no weapon, you're going to get beat up quick. Look at him. That might have been the next school shooter. Look at that dweeb. Oh, you're bullying me. You're bullying me. I'm the king of Fortnite. Let me go home and get my gun, and I'll show you how tough I am. Let me go home and get my gun. Look at this dweeb. Can we sing the song? Dweeb. Dweeb, 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 dweeb. Dweeb, 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 dweeb. And we got a bunch of old dweebs in the old boy network. They hide behind the guns. That's why they so scared. They walk around scared all the time. I gotta have my gun. I gotta have my gun. I gotta have my gun. They tased the man and the man didn't fall down. They don't know what to do. The man said he was going to get a knife. How you let him go get your knife? All them police there, you let that man go get in his car. Why? How? Somebody had him by the shirt. You couldn't tackle that man? Everybody else standing back with the guns drawn instead of going in there and grabbing the man and taking him down. You had no problem taking down George Floyd. Oh yeah. George Floyd ain't had no gun or knife.
We'll see him in court. But what we did find overnight, he was actually interviewed on Tuesday night. Tuesday night is when he was accused of shooting and killing two protesters, one 26-year-old man, the other was 36 years old. And ahead of that shooting, he was interviewed by the Daily Caller, an online publication. Listen to a chunk of that interview where he explains why he was here in Kenosha.
Our job is to protect this business, and part of my job is something. If there's somebody hurt, I'm running into harm's way. That's why I have my rifle, because I'm not going to somebody. That's what I'm going
Right now, he's charged with intentional homicide, but the district attorney suggested in the press conference yesterday that there may be some updated charges that may come from it. But we do know he is in custody right now, and we can expect to see him in court tomorrow morning. Allison?
Jack, last night Vice President Pence referenced Kenosha at the RNC, but he did not mention Jacob Blake's shooting. How's that going over in Kenosha today?
Well, I'll tell you, Allison, it's not something that many people here are focused on right now. I know you see behind me, people are painting up these murals that are going on. You see there's plywood all over the city that we saw all downtown after that first night of violence. People started to protect their businesses, and you see some people still painting, and this is something that goes on block by block. We're at a different location than we were when I spoke to you even just 2 hours ago. But what people have been telling me is this is where they want their focus to be on. They want their focus to be on healing the community, on bringing people together. They still see that video and they still understand there's outrage over the shooting of Mr. Jacob Blake, but they want people to come together and do so peacefully. One thing to also note about what we've been hearing, yes, Vice President Pence, he did not mention Jacob Blake by name, but listed Kenosha as one of the cities where he's calling on the violence to end. Well, President Trump also has done something similar, referenced Kenosha and the violence and saying that he's sending federal officials. The governor of Wisconsin disputes that, but he says he's sending federal officials, but President Trump also never mentioning Mr. Blake by name. That is in stark contrast, and I know you were just talking to Ali Vitale about that, about what you're hearing from the Biden-Harris campaign. Vice President Biden almost immediately put out a statement. We heard Senator Kamala Harris today talk about how she felt viewing that tape and that video that came out on Sunday afternoon or Sunday evening. So you're seeing a dramatic divide between how different people and different leaders are responding to this crisis. Last point I'll make for you is here in Kenosha, this is a swing county. As we look ahead to November 2020 in the general election, this is a county that President Obama won twice in 2008 and 2012, and then President Trump flipped it by about 250 votes in 2016. So this is a swing county, and when you hear that message of law and order from President Trump, when you hear that message that we heard last night from Vice President Pence, it's areas like these that they're targeting right now, especially with the violence that we saw, with the rioting that we saw, and the looting and the destruction. It's areas like these and voters in areas like this that they're targeting when they have that messaging. So it will be an issue with this election. We know it's going to come up with President Trump in his speech tonight. It's expected to be an issue that you hear both candidates talk about and voters from both sides contend with as we head into the November election. Allison?
Well, Shaq, we've been told to expect a very lengthy speech from the president tonight. We'll see if he mentions Jacob Blake by name then. Shaq Brewster in Kenosha, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All righty. All righty, y'all. Our problem seems to have been stopped. All right, anybody have any more links before we go to the march on Washington? I ain't forgot. Just got a little distracted, but I ain't forgot. Hold on, did we see this? Did we see this?
Because of nothing else, if there's one thing I will risk my life for, is to demand that Jacob get justice.
All right, that's old. I'm sorry, Snazzy, I don't remember playing these. But she gave us here it is. All right, y'all, let's go to the March on Washington. This from Snazzy.
Police departments change their training tactics. Go to the type of tactics that allow police officers to get out in the community more and to get to know people in the community in ways that they don't usually have the time to do because they are so busy running from call to call. So there was an effort by the previous administration to bring both sides together, both the activists, in some cases representing the black community, as well as police commanders, police leadership in this country. President Obama brought them around a table in a forum in the White House, and they were hashing out these issues. And And based on my research that I've done on this issue, these were tough conversations. Now, the Trump administration has taken a different approach. Police reform.
Wait a minute, y'all. Hold on a second. Now you sent another link. Wait a minute.
Since the death of George Floyd.
Hold on a second, y'all. Now you sent another link. Let me check the chat real quick. Grab her link. Oh, I missed a lot. Wait a minute. Naya said, oh no, he's equipped with a colostomy in that case. Well, how's he gonna run? Naya said, oh dear, she said Kenosha is 56 miles from Chicago. Naya says militia. Naya said they reported the taser failed. Why did the taser fail? But the taser failed because it's equipment. Equipment fails. That's why you have officers that go through all that training. Wait a minute. The other chat say now he left 2 links. Why am I not seeing them now? All right, there it is. That's why you have physical officers. Now he said it was the same story, handcuffed to the bed. I'm just saying, the man, you had several officers on the scene. One officer had him by the shirt. You gonna tell me that man was gonna turn around? Even if he was going for that knife, that man was gonna turn around and stab all those officers. Now they put the taser on him and it didn't work. So that means you gotta go grab that man. Oh no, we're not gonna touch him. We're not gonna touch him until we're sure he's not gonna swing on us. That's what you got training for. They teach you hand-to-hand combat. But see, they get lazy. And this is the problem with white folk. And I'm saying it, and you get mad all you want, you can get mad all you want. Rather than getting into the physicality of doing their job, they lean on their weapons. And when the weapons don't work, they don't know what to do. They eat donuts all day, they lay around, sit around, talk to each other, whatever. They don't want to chase you. They don't want to run. They don't want to do nothing. They want to just try to tase you or try to shoot you. He had mace. He could have maced that man and then beat him down. He wouldn't be paralyzed and he'd be alive. But no, that requires effort. I'm not touching that black man. He might land a blow on me. No, I know. I got this vest on. I got this all this equipment, but this man gonna beat me hand to hand. Depending on their equipment. And it ain't just physical equipment. I've seen YouTubers trying to use graphics and stuff on their live streams, and then it don't work. They stop the live stream and spend hours trying to get it back working. You're a real YouTuber. You grab something else and keep doing the show. But see, their equipment didn't work for them, and they don't think that they could do the stream without the equipment. I gotta have my special microphone. I gotta have my special DSL camera. I got to have my high-tech PC. I got to have the Wi-Fi working right. If it ain't, I ain't doing nothing. You got to have all your equipment. Or you can just grab the phone and go ahead and do your show. No, that'd be too much work and I can't show nothing. I can't. No, I'm not going to do that. Same thing. Somebody going out to show the car off. They got the lights on there. They got the rims on there. They got the hydraulics on there. The hydraulics don't work. I'm not going. My hydraulics not working. But they waiting on you. I ain't going. My equipment don't work. Your equipment don't make you. If you only good as your equipment, you good for nothing. Because if it fails, what can you do? If the equipment fails, what can you do? Naya said it was the same story, but she took the time to give us the link. So let's go anyway, and then we'll go back to the march. We got a commercial. Oh yeah, she right. It is the same story. Yeah.
Now, and an update on Jacob Blake, the man shot 7 times in the back by a police officer. His family says
yeah, we already saw this. Okay.
Now handcuffed
all right.
in the hospital bed.
All right, y'all. We going back to the march on Washington. I gotta take me a piss anyway. Perfect. All right, this one's snazzy, y'all.
Change police departments, change their training tactics. Go to the type of tactics that allow police officers to get out in the community more and to get to know people in the community in ways that they don't usually have the time to do because they are so busy running from call to call. So there was an effort by the previous administration to bring both sides together, both the activists, in some cases representing the black community, as well as police commanders, police leadership in this country. President Obama brought them around a table in a forum in the White House, and they were hashing out these issues. And based on my research that I've done on this issue, these were tough conversations. Now, the Trump administration has taken a different approach to police reform in this country. They have recommended changes since the death of George Floyd, but there has not been this outreach to activists. There has been an outreach to the law enforcement community, which is staunchly supportive of this president, but there has not been this effort to bring both sides together to sort of calm the tension. So while some people say that there has been dramatic change since Ferguson, body cameras, more of an effort to be transparent after police-involved shootings or excessive force cases, there are still many, as you will hear today from these speakers, who believe there is so much more to do to bring racial equality and to reform police departments in communities across this country.
Indeed. Jeff, well, we know you're going to be there all day long. Appreciate your insight. You've done a lot of research, written a few books, so it's really, we really appreciate having you. Thank you. All right, so don't forget that we will have live coverage of speeches from the March on Washington starting at 11 a.m. Eastern, right here on CBSN. And still to come, the power of August. We'll preview the new CBSN special focusing on the powerful moments in American civil rights history that took place in the month of August. Host Maurice Dubois joins us after the break, so keep it right here. You're streaming CBSN.
Go to the
accusing George Bush, the president at the time, of not caring about black people. You remember him saying, Brownie, you're doing a heck of a job despite the struggles that FEMA was having. You'll remember Ray Nagin, the mayor of New Orleans, struggling to even to take care of his people. So what it did was it laid bare the way America looks at black people, because this was a monster tragedy, and yet all these people were left in a situation of chaos, of despair. The population of New Orleans.
Hands of police.
Is somebody backing up what I said?
I know, Anne-Marie, the list goes on and on. First of all, thank you for having me. I have to tell you, I am so proud to be associated with this particular program. It is moving, it's emotional, it's literally the best and worst of times of America over the past 65 years. You talk about the past 6 years, and in 2014 when Michael Brown was killed, and I distinctly remember thinking as the protesters started filling the cities, New York in particular, as I was here at that time, and then Ferguson obviously, and cities all around the country, this galvanizing of energy and the birth of the Black Lives Matter movement. I mean, that's literally where this started. It started a new generation of protest, of activism, of engagement, of young people being involved in the protest for equality. And it was also, you know, you think about Michael Brown, there was also Eric Garner in Staten Island, New York. There was Trayvon Martin down in Florida. So it was this national awakening to the way that the country has treated Black men and Black people in particular. And so I think, you know, that worst of times, best of times dichotomy that we talk about, it was the birth of this activism and energy over something so awful and so uniquely American.
Maurice, you know, obviously, because we as a network have been covering the path of destruction left by Hurricane Laura all through the Gulf Coast, leaving thousands without power or running water. You will, of course, remember, as we all do, in August 2005, Hurricane Katrina hit the same area. Remind our viewers what kind of impact this hurricane and this tragedy had on Black Americans at the time, and more importantly, how the government responded.
Yeah, it was another moment when it laid bare the way Black Americans have been treated in this country. You'll remember 1,800 people and more were killed in Katrina, $165 billion in damage. And, you know, you can't prevent a natural disaster. Everybody grasps that. But it was the government response and the way it prepared. And it didn't really prepare and it didn't really respond to the tragedy at hand. You remember Kanye West, you know, accusing George Bush, the president at the time, of not caring about Black people. You remember him saying, Brownie, you're doing a heck of a job despite the struggles that FEMA was having. You'll remember Ray Nagin, the mayor of New Orleans, struggling to even, to take care of his people. So what it did was it laid bare the way America looks at Black people, because this was a monster tragedy, and yet all these people were left in a situation of chaos, of despair. I mean, the population of New Orleans diminished by half at the time. It's since come back by about, I think, another quarter. But, it was just, again, I say laid bare, but this happens every few years, right? It lays bare the way America has treated Black people, and that was no exception.
There have been bright spots in August 6, 1965. The Voting Rights Act was signed into law. But then in 2013, the Supreme Court struck down a key provision in that law, weakened it essentially, took the teeth out of it. Can we talk a little bit about the significance of that law, what it meant, what this ruling meant for Black Americans across the nation?
Yeah, the Voting Rights Act, what a triumphant moment. John Lewis, right? And all the civil rights activists back in the day. The Voting Rights Act required states with a history of voter suppression to get federal permission before they change any voting laws. Well, 7 years ago, the Supreme Court narrowed decision 5-4, and you remember John Roberts, the Supreme Court Chief Justice at the time, saying that we're past the time when the federal government needs to monitor the states, and so states were then given the ability to change voter laws without federal permission, okay? And so what we've seen, civil rights activists will tell you since then, is a tightening of restrictions on African-American voters and restrictive policies, right? So voter suppression is what they call it, and that's been the result. And so that is key right now in the election and going forward.
Maurice, we talk about the power of August, and like you, I'm so proud to be associated with this special, which is the very first produced documentary from our new race and culture unit headed by Alvin Patrick. But, I think that the key point that we should also make is that there have also been triumphant moments in August, and Anne-Marie alluded to one of them, and we talk about that in the special as well.
Yeah, the Voting Rights Act, a high point. And in your piece, Vlad, which was beautifully done, by the way, seriously, kudos to you on that piece. So Emmett Till, 1955, the murder it spawns the civil rights movement, right? You had Rosa Parks inspired to sit on the bus, in the front of the bus, and then the Montgomery bus boycott, and Martin Luther King, and then the March on Washington, probably one of the greatest moments in American civil rights history, and the speech by Dr. King, you know, just really one of the main, one of the mountaintops in American history. And then the election of Barack Obama in 2008, that showed Black Americans voting power. When you think about the turnout of African Americans for the Obama elections, right? It was 65% in 2008, 66% in 2012, and then in 2016, African American voter turnout was down to 59.5% or so, and so you saw the result of that. And so you look at the election landscape right now, right? Kamala Harris is on the ticket with Joe Biden. There's no accident there, right? The qualifications aside, but African American, trying to get African Americans excited about the vote. And then you saw the Republican convention. You saw a whole lot of African Americans speaking, trying to reach out to this key voting bloc. There's a margin there that's going to make the difference in November. So what you're hearing from civil rights activists is register and vote and do it early and get it done.
That is a very strong message, Maurice. And I always think, you know, when I think about the brutalization, the brutal killing of Emmett Till, and then I think when Rosa Parks was asked why she decided to sit in the front of the bus, she said, I was thinking about Emmett Till. Maurice Dubois, thank you, my friend, very, very much. It's really great to have you with us.
Thank you, guys.
The Power of August is an hour-long special looking back at the transformational moments in American civil rights history. It will premiere tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern and will air again at 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. right here on CBSN. And to learn more about the depth and the differences in the African American and American experience, the totality of who we are as a country, you can visit cbsnews.com/CBS Village, where we report on a range of these across the nation.
I thought this covered the March on Washington. Yeah.
Going to be my question, because there are primary elections going to be held September 8th. Of course, it's a Tuesday. So you mentioned that the candidates being endorsed by the president, you're going to be keeping a close eye on them. What are these key races?
So the races that I'm looking at are the governor's race. The Republican governor, Chris Sununu, I think he'll be fine in the primary, but I'm keeping my eye on him in November. And then there are a couple of primaries for the Senate seat and one of the House seats. In CD1, represented by Chris Pappas, there's a Trump-endorsed candidate, and then another one running for Senate.
As you know, nearly 40,000 voters have already cast their ballots for the primary, thanks to the temporary expansion of absentee voting, of course, due to the coronavirus outbreak. So do you expect a similar response for the presidential election in November?
You know, I think that this primary is something of a test run for how vote by mail is going to work. Based on all of the polling we've seen, vote by mail has been very popular among Democrats, and Republican voters are a little bit more weary of it, even though, you know, President Trump has raised a lot of questions about mail-in voting, but kind of behind the scenes, campaign or surrogates have been encouraging mail-in voting. Here where I am in Massachusetts, we have a primary in a few days. Over 1 million people have requested ballots to vote by mail. So all of these different states are planning their vote by mail program, and it'll be interesting to see how many people use that in November, especially if there's some sort of COVID spike, which experts have said may happen, that may kind of discourage people from going to the polls and choose that vote by mail option instead.
Yeah, we've been seeing those stark numbers, those predictions popping up. Stephanie Murray, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
All right, we want to take you to our nation's capital now, where thousands of protesters have gathered for a march on Washington. The goal, racial justice and police reform. Let's dip in.
But also developed a list of federal and local demands that would save Black lives. Please welcome Alaya Eastman.
I am one of the millions of young Black women who make up the backbone of the American progressive movement. Like too many of us, journey of activism started by a senseless act of gun violence when a fellow student opened fire in my classroom in Parkland, Florida. As I laid beneath the lifeless body of my classmate Nicholas Doran to survive, as bullets riddled my classmates, as my screams melted into the cries of the wounded, I was then born again with a voice that cannot and will not be muzzled. While the details of my story may be different from other impacted youth, my rush of death by a gun is an experience that is shared by too many of our generation. I am not the first in my family to be affected by gun violence. My Uncle Patrick was gunned down in the streets of Brooklyn, New York at the age of 18, just months after the NYPD, who deemed his black body in a white neighborhood a threat. Is pervasive and extends well beyond high-profile mass shootings. This violence is not inherent or a coincidence. It is a result of poor choices made by policymakers that all too often have racial undertones associated with it. The flow of guns into already struggling communities just months after being beaten by NYPD, who deemed his black body in a white neighborhood a threat. Gun violence is pervasive and extends well beyond high-profile mass shootings. This violence is not inherent or a coincidence. It is a result of poor choices made by policymakers that all too often have racial undertones associated with it. The flow of guns into already struggling communities is often facilitated by white gun store owners who look the other way as traffickers buy guns used to terrorize black communities. Gun violence extends beyond the path of a bullet and creates multi-generational cycles of poverty as well as social and economic injustices. Law enforcement has for years failed to prevent the flow of guns into black communities as well as perpetuated violence in these communities themselves. Studies show that persistent gun violence in poor communities of color directly results from centuries of entrenched disadvantages, economic deprivation, and racist policymaking. In many ways, gun violence is the last domino to fall at the end of a long line of racism, trauma, and indifference. But this is not inevitable. Community-based intervention programs throughout the country have proven that holistic, culturally sensitive, embedded teams can stop violence before it starts. We demand fund these programs. Many people were wounded, got no attention. Be outraged equally for Black lives. It is important that as I talk about gun violence, I address police violence. We must shift from a punitive to a rehabilitative model in the prison system. There is a need for a national conversation of defunding police departments and refunding our communities instead. We must reallocate those funds into schools, jobs, and needs for a comfortable life. We need to revisit the use force practices and eliminate conduct that places suspects at extreme harm once in custody. As has been established, officers nationwide lack accountability. For an officer who knows that he can kill an unarmed black man or woman and only get paid death duty as an assault, anything less than that is business as usual. We must change this reality and empower citizens of the communities being policed to hold their local forces accountable. It is important that we recognize that the systematic oppression that continues to marginalize our communities is not an accident. America was built on a system that is still doing its job. Police violence is gun violence, and gun violence is a leading cause of death for Black youth. We demand to live in peace. We demand to live in spaces where the best of Black culture can thrive, where Black men are more likely to have a mortgage and a picket fence than a record, where Black women are business executives and vice presidents, where our trans sisters and brothers don't fear being themselves. But this dream that Rev. Al Sharpton, that Martin Luther King III had for Black Americans cannot be realized until we have a federal government with our best interests at heart. For our part, Brady and Team Enough are engaged in a campaign to remove barriers to casting a ballot, making vote by mail available to all, ensuring ballot drop boxes are distributed equitably, restoring the voting rights of Americans who have paid their debt to society. We have so much good trouble to get into. I want to thank the community organizers of National Action Network, and especially their organizer-in-chief, the Reverend Al Sharpton and Martin Luther King III, for the work that they do, not just today, but every day, and giving us a place at the table. As I returned from Louisville yesterday, where Breonna Taylor was brutally killed by LMPD, it is still clear that Black women are still unprotected. As I stand here in pain from the aftermath of tear gas and rubber bullets, I realize that Black women are still the backbone of this movement. My name is Alea Eastman, a student at Trinity Washington Duff, co-founder and core organizer of Concerned Young Black Organizers Demanding True Liberation for Black People. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marcus W. King, the president of New Jersey's Teamsters Local 331. A second-generation Teamster, King has been a member since 1983. After he was asked to join the International Brotherhood of Teamsters as a field representative, one of his assignments included Local 331. The members of the local asked King to stay on, and King was successful in being elected president in 2009, re-elected in 2012, 2015, and 2018. King has served on the UPS Supplement Negotiation Committee for Philadelphia Metro Area and the National Master Freight Supplement Panel. Please welcome Marcus W. King.
Thank you, Reverend Al Sharpton, Martin Luther King Jr. III, and the National Action Network for assembling us here today. This is an awesome event. Brothers and sisters, good morning. It's an honor to be with you. As the young lady just said, my name is Marcus King. I'm the director for the International Brotherhood of Teamsters Human Rights and Diversity Commission. And I bring you greetings on behalf of our General President, James B. Hoffa. The Teamsters Union have a long history of standing not only for members, but for those Americans who have been discriminated over and overlooked. For 57 years after the first March on Washington, the Teamsters have again stand with you proud for racial and economic equality in this country. The Teamsters brothers and sisters, black, white, men, women, all stood with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to fight for justice. And now we must finish the fight. We must finish this fight. We must complete the mission for genuine equality. There are forces out there working against us to dismantle the union and labor laws. They have circumvented civil rights laws in our courts. They have manipulated our election to try to block our vote. They have denied this job promotion because of the color of our skin. They have stolen wages from us by perpetuating minimum wage standards that no one can survive on. Yes, they even are going after labor unions. They have tried to systematically strip away the voice to protect workers as we fight for fair wages, equal pay, good health care, and a decent pension for retirement. And now they're trying to separate American labor by putting a gap between the have and the have-nots. As it gets wider and wider, just look at Jeff Bezos, what he made this year. Brothers and sisters, it's time for action. Words are not enough. We will not be ignored any longer. We can change it now. So there's three things that I'm going to ask you to do. One, lobby members of Congress to pass H.R. 71, the Justice and Policing Act, George Floyd Act. 2, lobby H.R. 4, the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Act. But most important, number 3, we must vote. This coming November, we must vote. We have to tell this country, take the knee off our necks. Use your voice for those who can no longer be with us. Make your voice count. Jacob Blaine, George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery. Do it for my brother Teamster, Philando Castile, who was killed by Minnesota police. Or do it for you. Make your voice count. Make it a better place for us and our children. Black lives do matter because our lives matter. Stay safe. God bless you. All of my brothers and sisters in the movement, Teamster Strong. My name is Marcus King, and I'm the Director for Human Rights and Diversity for the Teamsters International Union. Thank you.
Next we have Alan Roscoff, proudly co-authored the nation's first gay rights bill in 1970 and served as its chief lobbyist. 2004, he formed the Jim Owls Liberal Democratic Club, which is a citywide LGBTQ organization serving all of New York City. New York Magazine dubbed him as Al Sharpton's ambassador to the gay community in the 80s. And he currently serves as secretary of the Civil Rights Museum, built in Harlem, New York, under the leadership of Reverend Al Sharpton. Let's give him a round of applause.
I'm here to tell everybody that the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender community is part of this struggle. We join with Black Lives Matter. We march with you. We get arrested, we risk arrest, and we get brutalized in support. After all, the gay rights movement was formed because of brutality of the police in a bar known as Stonewall. Until the black community is recognized as an equal community, until the police harassment, the police belittlement, the police killings, we are united. We are all one. We want you to know that we will continue demonstrating. We will continue marching. We will continue to protest. We will continue to upset the power structure. We will continue to risk arrest. We will continue to be arrested. We will be part of this movement, and in all the demonstrations and protests in New York and across the country, you can see our rainbow flags and our rainbow banners. Black Lives Matter is one of the most important organizations and movement, one of the most important movements in this country and in history. I thank you all. I thank Reverend Al Sharpton and the National Action Network for putting this together and being such a good friend to the LGBT community. Together to victory, and vote the racists in the White House and vote.
We're watching the march on right now. We're going to just switch over to other cameras. This is we're looking at thousands of people rallying at the Lincoln Memorial for racial equality, and it comes on the 57th anniversary of Reverend Martin Luther King Jr.'s "I Have a Dream" speech. We have a list of speakers all day long. The expectation, I don't know how many people are here, but the expectation was about 50,000 people would be attending this rally. And I think we can dip back in right now.
750-mile trek across the country to get here. I'll let Frank speak on the journeys, some of the things we face during this journey. But I'd like to thank all our Facebook friends who cash-apped us. I'd like to thank our photographers. I'd like to thank our videographers. I'd like to thank all the marchers who marched with us and all the caravan and the medic crews who came along with us. I love you and God bless you.
How y'all doing out there? My name is Frank Nitty, all right? They only gave me 2 minutes, so I'm not going to talk about my journey. I'm going to talk about what I came here to talk about, all right? Now check it out. As activists around the country, we need to get organized. Every 3 months when a black person get killed, that shouldn't be the only time we find out about black people getting killed by the police. We need to get organized together as a nation of activists so we can call on each other whenever we need help. We need to demand change, not ask for change. They think this is a negotiation. This is not a negotiation. I came here to demand change. I'm tired. Are y'all tired? My grandsons ain't gonna be marching for the same stuff my granddaddy marched for. This is a revolution, all right? We just marched 750 miles from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 24 days to get here because we're not gonna stop until we get change. That's what we need in this country. All of y'all that came today, I know y'all been marching in y'all cities. I know y'all been marching. Don't stop marching. We gonna organize because they don't expect that. We gonna come together because they don't expect that. We gonna demand change because they don't expect that. We not gonna have our kids marching. This is it. We've been marching for the same stuff for 60 years. Black people shouldn't be marching for the same stuff Martin Luther King was marching for. I'm tired. I'm tired. And I'm tired of asking for justice. I just want it to stop. We don't want justice. That's after a racist police do something to us. We need them out of the police. We need all these racist people gone. We need change, and we can get that by voting. Now, while we marched in 750 miles, everybody that came and chastised us, everybody that came with shotguns, everybody that came messing with us had Trump signs. Trump 2020. That's the new way that they hide behind it. So we got to vote Trump out of office, all right? So when it's time to vote, we going to vote. And if y'all see me up here, if you an activist, stop me out there so we can organize. It's time. This is the revolution. This is the revolution!
Speaker is David Clooney. He's Executive Director of the Black Economic Alliance, the nation's only coalition of business leaders and aligned advocates committed to economic progress and prosperity in the Black community, with a specific focus on work, wages, and wealth. Before joining BEA, David led the state and local government relations team at J.B. Morgan Chase & Company. He's a graduate of Howard University School of Law, where he was editor-in-chief of the Law Review at the University of Albany State University of New York, and sits on the board of the National Urban League. Please welcome David G. Clooney.
I'm David Clooney. I lead the Black Economic Alliance, a group of Black business leaders and allies dedicated to improving work, wages, and wealth for Black people. We know the 1963 March on Washington was a march for jobs and freedom. In over 50 years, the wealth gap between Black and white Americans has not changed significantly. In fact, by some measures, it's even wider today. But we're at an inflection point. It may have taken 400 years plus 8 minutes and 46 seconds to get here, but there's an increasing recognition that systemic racism continues to oppress Black people in every part of American life. So what do we do with this moment? Of course, we need to continue to fight for social justice, but we also need to fight for economic justice from our elected leaders and in the business community. We need to fight for better work, wages, and wealth for Black people. That's skills training for the future of work, closing the black-white pay gap, and building generational wealth for black families. Right now, we absolutely have to vote. Congress should pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act to ensure free and fair elections. And just like we're showing up to march across America, we have to show up and vote. Over 40 states will allow early voting this year, so vote early if you can. Make a plan and make sure your vote is counted well before Election Day. We owe it to the civil rights giants who marched, bled, and died for us. We owe it to the families of countless black people lost to unchecked institutional racism. We owe it to America to help her keep her promise to all of us. I am so inspired by the demand for justice that's emanating from every corner of America right now. We have to continue this march on every platform we have. In the streets, in the halls of Congress, in the corporate boardrooms, and with our vote, so we can finally achieve social and economic justice. Thank you.
Coming to the stage is Portia Taylor. She's a brand builder, music lover, sport bike rider. Portia Taylor is the founder of Black Girls Ride, a magazine and community originally launched as a place for women of color who ride, which has since grown to include all women. What inspired her to launch Black Girls Ride was the lack of representation that she saw when she started riding, especially long distance. When not developing brand campaigns, spinning at the hottest parties, or on her way up to, quote, occupy the gym, Portia can be found rolling in her pink abaya. I know I said that wrong. I don't even ride. And always living her best life. Please welcome Portia Taylor.
Good afternoon. I'm Portia Taylor, and I'm here as a representative of Black Girls Ride. More than a magazine, we are a movement of women passionate about motorsports. Over 100 women rode across America to be with you here today. We are our ancestors' wildest dreams. Women of color on ground traveling across the land of the free. We are your mothers, your grandmothers, your aunts, your sisters, and your daughters. Our ride started Monday in Long Beach, California. As we rolled through Texas, I thought about my soror, Sandra Bland, and how a simple traffic stop ended in her death. We all witnessed George Floyd's death as he cried for help. The heartbreaking death of Breonna Taylor as she slept in her home. And less than a week ago, Jacob Blake was shot 7 times in the back and paralyzed. With each act of senseless violence, we feel a stirring in our collective soul. When a call to march was issued, we knew it was time to mount up. We packed up our bikes and rode thousands of miles in protest against police brutality. We ride unapologetically for Black lives, and we raise our throttle hand in support of those on the front line of our struggle. We ride to ensure the freedom of our future leaders. We've come a long way, but our journey is not over. In November, Black Girls Ride will rev our engines. We will lead the ride to the polls and fuel the ballot boxes of this nation to choose a leader that will provide the unity our country desperately needs. We invite you to join in this and vote like your life depends on it. Thank you.
Our next speaker really needs no introduction and stays on the front line. Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley. She's an activist, a legislator, a survivor, and the first woman of color to be elected to Congress from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Throughout her career as a public servant, Congresswoman Pressley has fought to ensure that those closest to the pain are closer closest to the power, driving and informing policymaking. Prior to her being elected to Congress, she served on the Boston City Council for 8 years and was the first woman of color elected to the council in its 100-year history. Please welcome Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley.
Good morning, beloved. Today, I'm thinking of the ancestors. Not just the ones recorded in our history books, but the ones omitted from those pages. The justice seekers, the freedom riders, the organizers, the community builders, every loved one that packed a brown bag lunch, led a freedom song, risked their life and livelihood, that Vaseline and elbow and set up a prayer. Their sacrifice and self-determination shaped history and brought us to this moment. The truth of the matter is, we are because of them. We are Black with a capital B. We are the manifestation of the movement. We are a symbol of social, political, and cultural progress. If my granddaddy, the Reverend E. James Eccles, were here, he would whisper in my ear and say, "Grandbaby, make it play." And I intend to do just that. Make it play. We are in unprecedented, uncertain times. We are challenged by the state of the nation and the crisis we face, but the state of our movement, it is strong. And another world is possible. Yes, it is possible to legislate justice and accountability. People over profits, joy over trauma, freedom over fear. Yes, it is possible to write budgets that actually Black lives. If it feels unfamiliar, that's because it has never been done in America. We will meet the moment. We will work towards healing, justice, and collective liberation like our lives depend on it, because they do. We will march on, clear in our conviction, rooted in our faith, grounded in our history, intentional as we build. Let me make it play. Black lives matter.
Our next speaker is Representative Adriano Espaillat. Espaillat proudly represents New York's 13th Congressional District, first elected to Congress in 2016. Espaillat is serving his second term in Congress, where he serves as a member of the influential U.S. House Foreign Affairs Committee, the House Transportation and Infrastructure, and the Businesses Committee. Throughout his 10-year career in public service, the congressman has been a vocal advocate for protecting tenants, improving schools, and making serious, smart investments in economic development, job creation, environmental protection. Prior to coming to Congress, he served as a New York State Senator, during which he represented the neighborhoods of Marble Hill, Inwood, Washington Heights, Hamilton Heights, West Harlem, Upper West Side, Hell's Kitchen, Clinton, and Chelsea. Please welcome U.S. Representative Adriano Espaillat.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Reverend Al Sharpton. Thank you, National Action Network. Thank you all for being here on this great morning. I bring you greetings from Harlem, the capital of the African diaspora in the world. From East Harlem, the launching pad of the Latino experience in New York State. From immigrant Washington Heights, Hamilton Heights, Inwood, and working class Northwest Bronx. Over 50 years ago, the great Martin Luther King Jr. and John Lewis stood here and shared their dreams with all of you. Today, as the first formally undocumented member of Congress, I stand here with you today to say that yes, I am a man. That yes, we shall overcome. That yes, sí se puede. That yes, Black Lives Matter. And that yes, without no justice, there will be no peace. We come here today bearing the scars and the wounds of 400 years of struggle to say ancestors big cotton or whether they cut sugarcane, we're all in the same boat right now. We must pass legislation to ensure that there is police reform. We must pass the pieces of legislation highlighted in the Harlem Manifesto against police brutality that are all include George Floyd, justice in police. Let's get rid of the chokehold. Let's get rid of the knee. We also must pass the John Lewis Voters' Rights Advancement Act to ensure that we all be able to vote. We must enact criminal justice reform. Let's do away with the death penalty. Let's do away with solitary confinement. Let's do away with mandatory minimums. I am a man. We shall overcome. Sí se puede. No justice, no peace, and Black Lives Matter. God bless you and keep the faith.
Up next is Representative Charles Booker, a 36-year-old state legislator born in Louisville, Kentucky. He successfully ran for State House in Kentucky in 2018, becoming the youngest African-American in the House in more than 90 years, where he fought for common sense gun safety reform, prescription drug cost relief, voter protection and restoration in support of labor unions, for economic justice, against racial injustice, and more. Representative Booker recently founded Hood to the 501c4 to capture the energy and infrastructure he built in his run to continue to build power, work on voter registration, and more, and to help positively transform our future. Please welcome Representative Charles Booker.
We stand here in the legacy of the dream. The dream that Dr. King lifted up, that Whitney Young pushed for, that Mattie Jones fought for, that my granddad Lindsey E. Hearn Sr. demanded. We're here today because we know that dream is not done. Because although they marched for us then, the cries we're hearing across the country right now, from Kenosha to Kentucky, from the hood where I'm from, to the hollers in Appalachia, to everywhere in between, those cries let us know we have more marching to do. And it is in this moment where we must rise up together. Because listen, we are built for this moment. We are on the shoulders of giants, but we must step off of those shoulders and lead ourselves. We are the dream, but we must turn that dream into demands. Demands for real justice. Demands for humanity. Demands for accountability. Demands for an end to poverty. Demands for an end to racism. And I am a living witness. As the youngest black state legislator in Kentucky since the first one, and yes, I did stand up to run against Mitch McConnell. I am a personal witness that we are ready for this moment. We're built for the work we must do. And if we come together, all of us, if we stand united, march together, if we bend that arc together, there is nothing we can't do. There's no mountain we can't move. And there is no roots of racism we cannot pull up. So we got to do it right now. We got to do it yesterday, so we definitely got to do it now. And I stand here as a young man in the legacy of a giant, Congressman John Lewis, who said 57 years ago some words that still ring true right now. We have to lift our voices together and say to America, wake up. Wake up, America. Because we can't stop. We cannot quit, and we cannot be patient. Let's win together. Let's fight together. Let's transform our future. Brianna, I'm representing you right now. Thank you all.
Next, we have Tyleek McMillan. He serves as the National Director of Youth and College Engagement and is a policy advisor for the National Action Network. A recent graduate of North Carolina A&T State University, proud member of Phi Beta Sigma fraternity, the Eta chapter, and hopes to one day serve as a legislator on the Hill. Please welcome Tyleek McMillan.
I give honor to the conveners, my boss and mentor, Reverend Al Sharpton, and Martin Luther King III. I also want to recognize the young leaders standing behind me from NAN Youth Huddle and NAN Collegiate. We find ourselves here in the spirit of John Lewis, making good trouble, necessary trouble, because the soul of our democracy is depending on it. We're not here to ask for justice. We're not here to negotiate justice, but we are here to demand justice. Far too many times we have been cut out. Far too many times we have been budgeted out, counted out, resourced out. It's time for legislators to invest in education. It's time for legislators to invest in mental health services. It's time to invest in communities. And I love my 1891. It's time to invest in historically black colleges and universities. Because we don't deserve just a $50. We don't just deserve the quarter of the dollar, but we deserve the whole dollar. Dr. King spoke about the check that bounced in the bank of justice. And we've come to let the teller know at the bank that this check better not bounce. Because we will march and we will fight, because that's what we deserve. In the words of Dr. King in closing, and again, we come to cash the check, a check that is willing to demand the riches of freedom and security of justice. Thank you. No justice, peace.
I hear you back there. No justice! No justice! That's just to echo you. Next up, we have Janet Moriga. As someone who has experienced the promise of the American dream firsthand, Janet has devoted her career in public service to opening the door to that dream to millions of American families. As a key figure in the Latino community, she continues this mission as president and CEO of Unidos US, a large national Hispanic civil rights and advocacy organization in the US. Welcome her to this.
Hello, hola. My name is Janet Murguia, and I'm president and CEO of Unidos US, the largest Latino civil rights and advocacy organization in the country. I want to tell you why I am here. I am here because we have stood and always will stand with Reverend Sharpton and Martin Luther King III and our brothers and sisters in the Black community until systemic and institutional racism in our society is eradicated. I am here because 25% of my community is Afro-Latino, so we don't just empathize, we identify with the Black community. I am here because we need law enforcement to get their knees off the necks of our Black and Latinx young men. I am here because what we have seen in Kenosha, Wisconsin this week, a man shot in the back and paralyzed, peaceful protesters shot and killed by white nationalist vigilantes as the police have turned a blind eye, and silence from the man who holds the highest office in the land. That is immoral and unacceptable. I am here because our communities are bearing the brunt of a pandemic, both in lives and livelihoods, that is only getting worse yet. I am here because we have in common, what we have in common is far greater than what divides us. As Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. wrote to Cesar Chavez in 1966, our separate struggles are really one, a struggle for freedom, for dignity, and humanity. I am here because we must support the young people of every background here as they rise up, make their voices heard, and tell those of their generation about the America that they want to see. Because we must reject bigotry and hate and insist that our country live up to its ideals and the values that we share. I am here because I am standing on the shoulders of giants like Congressman John Lewis to say, your fight is my fight. Tu lucha es mi lucha. I am here because Black lives matter. Si se puede. Adelante. Muchísimas gracias.
Up next, we have Reverend Dr. Richardson, who serves on the board of several corporations and national organizations and is currently chairman of the board for the National Action Network. Reverend Dr. W. Franklin Richardson is pastor of the historic Grace Baptist Church in Mount Vernon, New York. He leads the largest African-American church in Westchester County, with a membership base of over 3,000 parishioners. Despite the interaction with U.S. presidents and heads of state, has made sure to use the power of the pulpit to lift up local issues in the Mount Vernon area and nationwide. Dr. Richardson believes that grace must be at the vanguard of liberation and empowerment of African-American people through our Christian faith. Please welcome Reverend Dr. W. Franklin Richardson.
Good afternoon. Let's give ourselves a celebration. Look at how we've turned out in the midst of the pandemic, in the midst of all that's going on. This is important to us. We lay ourselves on the line because this is important. On behalf of the members of the board of National Action Network, I want to thank all of the various organizations who have collaborated with us to bring this to pass. Celebrate the great leadership of our President, Reverend Al Sharpton, and Martin Luther King III, having convened us together. But our coming together for the speeches and the rhetoric of the moment will be meaningless if we do not leave here and activate and get involved and fight the fight and vote and encourage those who are not. We are at a crossroads in American history. We're at the intersection of perish or promise. We fail to deliver in November, we will perish. If we fail to bring out our votes, we will not enjoy what we have struggled from. We are at a moment when all that we have fought for, all that our forefathers have died for, is at risk of being lost. Blood that's been shed for our freedoms is on the line, and we cannot perish. We must stand up. We must fight. We must engage every resource that we have. We still believe in America's promise. Not only are we on the precipice of perishing, but we're on the precipice of realizing the promise. And the promise is a nation where every person, black or white, yellow, red, male, female, LGBT, every dimension of our humanity is in the promise of a great America. And so I challenge us all to believe in a better day, to make the sacrifices, to make sure we go back to our cities and knock on doors and call our friends, because this will be a sham. We failed to bring out the vote on November the 3rd. This will be mockery if we do not deliver ourselves to the polls. This will be a disgrace if we fail to engage our resources to deliver on our own behalf. And our forefathers and mothers who lay in the cemeteries will want to turn over their graves if we fail to deliver in this moment and grasp what they fought for. God bless you. Let's go. Let's get this done. We're able. We're powerful. Use the UR code that's on the screen. Talks about the Black Church. 75, vote 75. All of us must be engaged. God bless you. And I look to see you in the near future at the victory celebration. God bless you.
Next up, please welcome civil rights activist Maya Berry. She's the executive director of the Arab American Institute. Please welcome Maya Berry.
You guys look amazing. Reverend Al Sharpton, Martin Luther King III, thank you for your leadership. The National Action Network, thank you for convening us today. To the families who've lost loved ones to racist violence, I am so sorry for the pain you have been forced to endure. I'm humbled to stand and march alongside you today and every day. My name is Maya Berry, and I'm the executive director of the Arab American Institute. On behalf of 3.7 million Arab Americans across the country, I stand here today with you in defense of Black lives. We do so because it is right, and regrettably, because it is necessary to declare that Black lives matter. We do so because we understand that until the killing of Black men, women, and children stops, until systematic racism and anti-Blackness is addressed, the America we honor cannot be realized. For each life taken, family destroyed, neighborhood brutally patrolled, and for each protester taking to the streets to demand that all this stop, targeted by the same system of policing, justice will not be served by reforming tactics or trainings. Here's the simple truth. It's been 168 days since Breonna Taylor was killed in her own home. No charges have been filed. The system is not broken. It is working as it was designed, and we must change it. Today, we must recommit to defend Black lives, to end police brutality, and the racist system that upholds it. We must recommit to fight voter suppression and the impact of a politicized decennial census like we have never seen. Just as the 1963 march and the mass demonstrations in communities across the country shepherded the passage of the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act, we must not stop until we have secured the passage of the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, the Khalid Jabara and Heather Heyer No Hate Act, and the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. Just as matter is the minimum, these important legislative priorities must be where we start. Thank you. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Jamal Bryant. He's a visionary, civil rights activist, community organizer. Dr. Jamal Harrison Bryant combines sound biblical teaching, business acumen, and political insight to propel the body of Christ to action and greater levels of faith. His ability to reach across social, economic, and political barriers has helped people not only experience the life-changing gospel of Jesus Christ, but to activate success in their everyday lives. His ministry has become an incubator for entrepreneurs, homeowners, and like Dr. Bryant, is a senior pastor of New Birth Missionary Baptist Church in Lithonia, Georgia. Please welcome Dr. Jamal Bryant.
To our convener, organizer, and visionary, man who God has anointed for this hour, Reverend Al Sharpton. We thank him for his courage and for his faith and for his decision, as well as his commitment to civil rights down through the years. Brothers and sisters, not since 44 BC, when Marcus Aurelius Junius Brutus had 59 accomplices to stab Julius Caesar in the back. Has there been such a heinous crime as the slaying of Jacob Blake? 7 times they shot him in the back. And today, while it is that you stand, Jacob finds himself paralyzed from the waist down. Not from these steps, but Dr. King said that we as a people should not find ourselves caught in the paralysis of analysis. In other words, our coming together is in vain if we just talk about the problems, but don't chart a course towards the solution. Harriet Tubman, who said, I freed thousands of slaves, but I would have freed hundreds more had they known they were slaves. I only thought about that when I saw the slaves on TV this week endorsing Donald Trump. I said, if only they knew they were slaves, they could have been rendered free. We cannot remain paralyzed. We can't be paralyzed wondering whether or not we're going to support the very first Black female vice president in the United States. Don't tell me about what it is that she did in the past, and you not talk about what she wants to do in America in the future. She wants to make sure that we get rid of privatized prisons, that there are no more mandatory minimums, and marijuana is no longer an illegal substance. We cannot be paralyzed knowing that she graduated just a few miles from here, from the original HU. And those of us who are products of HBCUs, you ought to be making some noise right now knowing what it can develop and what it can deliver. We cannot be paralyzed. We cannot allow white evangelicals to paralyze us, saying that they cannot support our agenda because they're for pro-life. Don't tell me you're for pro-life and white evangelicals are silent when black people are dying in the street like dogs. We cannot be paralyzed. The black church, you cannot be paralyzed, saying that you're not going to support Black Lives Matter because of 3 fearless black sisters who happen to be lesbian. We've got to love our LGBTQ community, realizing that those are our sons and those are our daughters. We cannot be paralyzed. We cannot be paralyzed into believing Mr. Jones' water is colder. This is the time where we've got to support black businesses, because too many of them are closing down because of COVID-19. Not because they don't have adequate service, but because they don't have adequate support. But what America has to know about the tenacity of black people is that even when you render us paralyzed, we still know how to crawl. And on November 3rd, no matter what you do, we gonna crawl to the polls. If you take away the mailbox, we still gonna crawl. You take away the polling stations away from our community, we still gonna crawl. We gonna sing the original gangster rap music. Before I be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave and go on to my Lord and be free. We still gonna crawl. There is something about us that understands that we stand today with our brother Jacob, realizing that even if we find ourselves paralyzed and you force us to crawl, we are like butterflies, because butterflies only have 2 options. They crawl and then they fly. And we understand in this hour, this is the hour for black people to fly. Maya Angelou said, you can write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. But still, like dust, we rise, we rise, we rise. And if you don't know Maya Angelou, the least you can do is lower the Migos. And black people from here until November 3rd, we gotta walk it like we talk it. We gotta keep moving until our generation takes the baton, changes the country, and makes America great for the very first time. Black people, rise up and accomplish what you will.
Committees, the House Committee, the Judiciary and Homeland Security Committee, and the crucial Budget Committee. She's the author of the Emancipation National Historic Trail Study Act and the lead sponsor for H.R. 40, the Commission to Study and Develop Preparation Proposals for African Americans. Please welcome Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee.
I am a black mother who happens to be a congresswoman. I'm a black mother who happens to understand that black lives do matter every single day of my life.
on these historic steps, grabbing onto the history of what the Lincoln Monument means to all of us who have a birthright in this nation to be able to live in dignity. I understand the words of Dr. Martin Luther King, who said that the Negro people have been given a bad check, a check which has come to be marked insufficient funds. Today we stop the insufficient funds and we put money in the bank because we got to heal this nation. So I say to you, why we can't wait. Why we can't wait when those assigned to protect and serve are able to grab the t-shirt of a black man named Jacob and point a gun in his black skin and shoot 7 times. Why we can't wait. Why we can't wait when those who are assigned to protect and serve can take Big Floyd, put a knee on his neck and say, I can't breathe. And then we know that we have to change this nation when we have Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Trayvon Martin, Eric Garner, and Michael Brown, and many others. And so today we come to acknowledge that we ask America not to fear us. We ask you not to send tweets that we are attacking you as a mob, because the militia walks around freely and shoots us without anyone's concern. And so we are standing here today to say why we can't wait. We want an America that will stomp out the divisiveness, the intimidation, and the threat in chief, who understands pain and understands your pain. Then, of course, we want to make sure that as we do this, we know that H.R. 40 is intertwined with the bill I helped write, which is H.R., the bill of George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. So here we are today asking the question, how did this happen? Because of institutional racism. And I am here to tell you that we must have the commission to study and develop, as my brothers and sisters have said, reparation proposals. We must answer the call of institutional racism. We have got to make sure that the social, economic, psychological, scientific, and educational government-sanctioned institutional racism stops right now. And as I told a 12-year-old, as I walked and told Martin Luther King's third daughter, that now today, this attack on us as people of color who died on the battles of warfare, who have died on the streets for civil rights, it will stop today. Thank you, Reverend Sharpton and the National Action Network, for understanding the importance of the Congress with over 150 co-sponsors in the House, passing H.R. 40. We will heal the nation, but we will not stop until the nation knows Black Lives Matter and reparations are passed as the most significant civil rights legislation of the 21st century. Now is the time. Why we can't wait.
Reparations now. Let's hear it for Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. Reparations now. Our next speaker from Ohio is a powerhouse who stands with the people, serving as vice chair of the and first ever chair of the Diversity and Inclusion Subcommittee, a sought-after public speaker and previously recognized as one of Ebony Magazine's 150 most powerful African Americans in the United States. She has written 93 pieces of legislation and co-sponsored over 1,600 bills. She is calling on Congress to recognize racism as a national crisis And we got a Delta up here now. Delta Sigma Theta sorority. We have a lot of AKAs. Any Deltas here? And she's also a member of the Lynx. Please welcome Congresswoman Joyce Beatty.
Thank you, thank you. I am joined by members of the powerful Congressional Black Caucus. We are here today because people died and were denied civil and economic rights. We are here today because 57 years ago, people marched for jobs and freedom and stood here with members of Congress and Martin Luther King. We are here today because George Floyd had a knee on his neck. 8 minutes, 46 seconds. Black Lives Matter. We are here, and I stand representing the Congressional Black Caucus, 54 members strong, who understand silence is not an option because Black people face a symbolic chokehold every time we walk, speak up, shop, job, thrive, and yes, breathe. So we must tear down the walls of injustice. I am standing here and saying, as Martin Luther King Jr. said, in America, a riot is the language of unheard people. And what is it that America has failed to hear? Promises and freedom and justice for all. Say their name. Ahmaud, Breonna, George, Jacob, and the list goes on. Black Lives Matter. So let us pass the George Ford Justice in Policing Act. No more immunity for officers who look boldly into cell phone cameras as they kill our brothers and sisters. Mandatory databases. Tamar Rice would have lived to see his 18th birthday. A ban on chokeholds and no-knock warrants. Eric Garner and Breonna Taylor would still be alive today. We are pushing to recognize racism as a national crisis. We are fighting for jobs, housing relief, access to capital, and a reparations bill. No, it was the Black men, the brothers of the Congressional Black Caucus who wrote the First Step Act. Know that it is a powerful Black man in leadership who leads the John Lewis voting rights legislation. Demand the Senate to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act that restores justice, dignity, and equal access to the ballot box. I say to you, stand with us and stand with the Reverend Al Sharpton and the National Action Network for this march and demanding that we get people registered to vote and that we vote, that we complete our census. Vote! Go vote! Go vote! And let me say, tell them to get their knees off of our necks. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And yes, I'm Congresswoman Joyce Beatty, and I approve this message.
Congresswoman Beatty. As we said before, going back to 1963, organized labor's been a part of this. Here is the president, 1.7 million member, American Federation of Teachers, AFL-CIO, which represents teachers, paraprofessionals,
school-related personnel, higher education faculty and staff, nurses, and other healthcare professionals, local, state, and federal government employees, and early childhood educators. Please welcome President of the American Federation of Teachers, Randy Weingarten, and he'll be joined on stage by Everett Kelly of the American Federation of Government Employees, and our brother Ken, International Union, International Union, Allied Trade. You all welcome them as they come. Organized labor, y'all, give them a round of applause. Good evening, brothers and sisters. I want to thank Nan and Reverend Al Sharpton, Martin Luther King III, for convening the march. I'm here today to represent 700,000 men and women making up AFGE, American Federation of Government Employees. It's an honor to be here. We are a diverse union. We're from all across the country, all ages, all abilities. We provide every single type of service to the American public. What unites us? Well, what brings us together is one big labor union. FGE, we believe in fairness. We believe in due process. FGE believes that every American deserves a good job and every American deserves decent pay and full benefits. Every single person deserves that. FGE believes in universal health care. We believe in universal housing, universal education, universal and equal justice under the law. We believe in the VA system, Social Security, and all the programs of the federal government that make people live better. We believe that the government should be a force for good, that the government should protect us and not scare us, not suppress us. So we are here today to let you know that we will stand with you. Can we do this together? Can we do this together? If we can do this together, let me hear you say together. When I was a little boy, I used to hear my grandmother say that I don't feel no ways tired. I didn't understand it then, but I sure understand it now. I don't feel tired. I'm ready to march. I'm ready to move. I'm ready to make a difference. Let's change this country. Thank you. IUPAGs in the house? Where you at? Somebody say something. I'm Ken Rickmaiden, General President of the International Union of Painting and Allied Trades. We're a building trades union. They think it's unusual for us to be, but with growing up with a father, with a mother, look like me, Black Lives Matter, don't they? Black Lives Matter? Black Lives Matter. I stand on the shoulders of my father and all black tradesmen who fought for better wages and conditions. Without their fight, I wouldn't be here today. Recently, we celebrated the 100th anniversary of IUPAT Local 1332. You may not think that's much about that. That's one of our unions that was a traditional African American union formed over 100 years ago because they couldn't be in the regular union. But 100 years later, still up and fighting and a part of our organization. This is an opportunity for us. Because when I see the street, I don't just see people look like me. I see America. This is our opportunity to go forward and our opportunity to grow and our opportunity to have the country that we have. All lives matter. But Black Lives Matter on top. Black Lives Matter first. Somebody say it, it's easy. Black Lives Matter.
7 bullets in a man's back at point range. A knee pressed into a man's neck for 8 minutes. How much pain must black people endure? When will justice prevail? When is enough enough? There is pain in this country, in Louisiana and Texas. policing mass incarceration. Black Americans who, whether from their higher rate of deaths from asthma or from COVID, have been struggling to breathe long before Eric Garner and George Floyd were suffocated at the hands of authorities. Justice and freedom must apply to all. The fight for opportunity and freedom must be all of our fights. And those of us who are white, we need to be real allies, real listeners, and real supporters. My synagogue's credo is the Psalm, and I quote, that the stone which the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. There is room for all of us, but we must call out those who cling so tightly to their privilege that is an oppressive tool against equality. So, my friends, my colleagues, November 3rd is coming. We need to get in good trouble. We need to vote. We need to have hope. We need a president who will sign the bills that the House has passed to make this country more fair, more just, more equal. That is our job this day and every day. Thank you. And then I also, as you all know, to recognize the Postal Workers Union.
All right. Let's hear it for organized labor. Give them a round of applause. No time for them to speak, but the Postal Workers Union is in the house. Pray for our postal workers. Our next speaker, the Obama administration served as Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, Secretary of Labor, and now today is the chair of the Democratic National Committee. Our friend and brother, please welcome Tom Perez.
Right. Good afternoon. Thank you, Reverend Sharpton and Martin Luther King III for your extraordinary leadership. Thank you to the National Action Network. Folks, I live in Maryland. Lost a remarkable person last year when my fellow Marylander and mentor Elijah Cummings passed away. And before he passed away, he reminded us all of our civic duty. He said, when we're dancing with the angels, the question will be asked, what did we do to make sure we kept our democracy intact? Did we stand on the sidelines and say nothing? Or did we fight back? Did we fight back for justice? Did we fight back for equality? Did we fight back for Black lives? By being here today, you're answering all those questions with a resounding yes. We are all fighting back, but our fight cannot end here. Just as we march to this mall, we must march to Congress, to the United States Senate in particular, to demand passage of the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act. Just as we march to this mall, we must march to the ballot box or the mailbox, demand the leadership we deserve, and we must exercise the right that protects all others, the right to vote. As you well know, our nation is hurting right now. Our African American communities are hurting. We're hurting from a pandemic that has taken 180,000 lives, hurting from an economic crisis that has cost millions of jobs, from a climate emergency that threatens the air we breathe and the water we drink, hurting from an epidemic of violence and racism, a cancer of the soul. We're hurting from a knee on their neck, a bullet in their back, hurting from leadership that treats them like their lives don't matter. President Lincoln, you would not recognize today's Republican Party. Our African American brothers and sisters are not alone. Dr. King spoke of the inescapable network of
mutuality. In this moment of crisis, so many Americans are bound together in the mutual struggle for justice, dignity, and opportunity. From the Native American tribes confronting the scourge of COVID and the delay of their stimulus funding, to Latinx children being separated from their parents at the border, to Asian Americans facing hate-fueled attacks, to working families across this country struggling with poverty. We can change all of this. With the right leadership, we can heal our wounds. We can turn hardship into hope, despair into dreams. We can advance racial equality and restore the soul of our nation. But only if we do it together. Movements are built by the many, not the few. They're built by the hard and unglamorous work of grassroots organizing. They're built, in the words of the late, great Julian Bond, by the marchers whose feet have grown tired, voices have gone hoarse, whose shirts have stained with sweat and dirt and blood. John Lewis, as you know, left us with these marching orders. So go to iwillvote.com, iwillvote.com, check your registration status. Tell your friends, family, and neighbors to make a plan to vote. Remember, November 3rd is the last day to vote, but it's not the first day to vote. Make a plan. Get out there. Do not let your voice go unheard. Do not let your voice go uncounted. This is the most important election of our lifetime. And make no mistake, you have the power to decide the outcome. Thank you very much.
Today, we commemorate the 57th anniversary of the historic March on Washington, Jobs and Freedom. I was born into an activist family with my parents, my aunts and uncles pushing me in a stroller through Bay Area streets, marching for justice in the years following the March on Washington. This moment is a reminder that we must always honor the sacrifice of the leaders who made that march happen. From the names we know, like Randolph and Farmer, Young and King, to everyone who worked behind the scenes, sacrificed quietly but profoundly, far from the lights of history. I have to believe that if they were with us today, they would share in our anger and frustration as we continue to see Black men and women slain in our streets and left behind by an economy and justice system that have too often denied Black folks our dignity and rights. They would share our anger and pain, but no doubt they would turn it into joy. They would be lacing up their shoes, locking arms, and continuing right alongside us to continue this ongoing fight for justice. Thankfully, we don't have to wonder if we are making them proud, because a giant from that march and the civil rights era of that day, John Lewis, lived to tell us how we're doing. In his parting essay, he wrote to all of us who hope to carry his legacy, quote, "In the last days and hours of my life, you inspired me. You filled me with hope about the next chapter of the great American story when you use your power to make a difference in our society." For Congressman Lewis, the brutal murder of Emmett Till is what shook loose the activist inside him. It was the start of a lifelong journey toward service and driving change. Same journey that countless young leaders are building upon as we speak. As John put it, Emmett Till was my George Floyd, was my Rayshard Brooks, Sandra Bland, and Breonna Taylor. The road ahead, it is not going to be. But if we work together, challenge every instinct our nation has to return to the status quo, and combine the wisdom of longtime warriors for justice with the creative energy of the young leaders today, we have an opportunity to make history right here, right now. So thank you so much for inviting me to celebrate with you. Let's march on in the name of our ancestors and in the name of our children, grandchildren. Thank you.
Let's hear it for Senator Kamala Harris. Our next speaker, part of the Legacy Original Organization. 1963 in the person of Whitney Young, please welcome the former mayor of New Orleans, the president and CEO of the National Urban League, Mark Morrell.
Black Lives Matter. I want to thank Reverend Al Sharpton, National Action Network, my friend and brother, as well as Martin Luther King III, for assembling us here on August 28th, year 2020. 1963, courageous men and women descended on this site, led by 6 legacy civil rights organizations, including the National Urban League. At that time, the National Urban League was led by one of the great Americans of the 20th century, Whitney M. Young Jr. Stated from this very place at that time and on that day, on August 28, 1963, that our civil rights, our voting rights, our rights to human dignity were not negotiable. We have come back on August 28th, year of 2020, in this 21st century, to say today that our fight for racial justice is not negotiable. We're here today to say that transforming our criminal justice system and purging it of mass incarceration and systemic racism is not negotiable. That protecting our sacred right to vote from suppressors, state legislators, state presidents, state Russians is not negotiable. That defending our right to living wage so that every American can live in dignity is not negotiable. That dislodging structural racism that infects every institution in American life is not negotiable. That equitably funding all of our schools so all of our children can learn and providing them with computers and broadband connectivity and they can live and thrive, their God-given talents is not negotiable. That a fair and accurate census so that all of us are counted in accordance with the Constitution is not in 2020 negotiable. That eliminating the structural and shameful disparate impact of COVID-19 2020 is not negotiable. That reforming police, both police policies and police culture, and reallocating funding to summer jobs for youth, to mental health services, to homeless services, and to end the violence against our black man is not negotiable. Hands up. I can't breathe. Hands up. Don't shoot. In 1963, when they gathered on this site, brothers and sisters, just a few weeks before they gathered, that great civil rights leader, Medgar Evers, was assassinated on the front lawn of his home in Jackson, Mississippi. At that time, they were fighting a poll tax, a literacy test, I should say, that did everything possible to prevent us from voting. In 2020, we come here when the very success of 1963, the Voting Rights Act, has been gutted by the Supreme Court. We come in 2020 when Jacob Blake and George Floyd and Eric Garner and Tamir Rice and Trayvon Martin and Sandra Bland and too many black men and women, Breonna Taylor, have died or been disabled at the hands of the police. So we're here to make some demands. Number one, we want the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act to pass now, not tomorrow, not next week, not next year. Say it, pass the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. Number two, we want to pass the HEROES Act. Number three, we want to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. And number four, we want to pass
for our brother Mark Morial, the Urban League, NUL.org. All right. Here to introduce the man who is the namesake of the person who spoke here August 28, 1963. Here to introduce one of our men of the hour, Martin Luther King III, is none other than the Congressman representing the 9th Congressional District of Texas, Congressman Al Green. Thank you, everyone. It is now my honor to introduce a man whose name is synonymous with the civil rights, human rights movement. A man whose father stood here 57 years ago. A man who followed his father's footsteps, and I was there with him to India where he traced the steps of Gandhi. A man who understands that this is a full-time job. He's not a part-time freedom fighter. He's not an everyday freedom fighter. He's an all-the-time freedom fighter. I'm here to introduce a man who's a Morehouse graduate. A man who knows what it feels like to suffer the pains associated with the human rights movement. When he lost his father at the age of 10, he could have given up, but he didn't. He stayed in and he has fought the good fight. I'm here to introduce the Honorable Martin Luther King III. Would you show him some love, please? If you believe in liberty and justice for all, stand up and show him some love. If you believe in government of the people, by the people, stand up and show him some love. Show Martin some love. Show his father some love. His mother some love. His wife Andrea some love. His daughter Yolanda some love. Show them some love. God bless you. God bless the King family.
Good afternoon. I am so honored to be here, but before I say something, I want you to hear from the future of our nation. The only granddaughter of Martin Luther King Jr. and Coretta Scott King. My daughter and Andrea's daughter, Yolanda Renee King.
Some of you may remember that 2 years at the March for Our Lives, I said, spread the word. Have you heard? All across the nation, we are going to be a great generation. That was in 2018. I didn't know what would hit us in 2020. A pandemic that shut our schools and put our young lives on hold. More killings of unarmed black people by police. Attacks on our right to vote. Worst economic crisis, the Great Depression that we learned about in school. And more extreme weather than ever before. But great challenges produce great leaders. We have mastered the selfie and TikTok. Now we must master ourselves. Less than a year before he was assassinated, my grandfather predicted this very moment.
proud dad. Let me thank God that we've been able to assemble today, and to thank Reverend Sharpton and the National Action Network and all of the conveners that actually are here today. Most of all, these families that have been impacted by police brutality and misconduct. So we've come to bear witness, to remain awake, to remember from where we've come, and to carefully consider where we're going. Whether you are here in person, online, or watching on MSNBC and other networks. Thank you for joining us for this March on Washington. Together, we are taking a stand, and we are taking a giant step forward. Let me also thank Al Green for the very, very warm introduction, my dear friend. But we're taking a step forward on America's rocky but righteous journey towards justice. August 28th is a day to remember the triumphs and tragedies that have taken place in our historic struggle for racial justice. Today, we commemorate the March on Washington to Jobs and Freedom in 1963, where my father declared his dream. But we must never forget the American nightmare of racist violence exemplified when Emmett Till was murdered on this day in 1955, and the criminal justice system failed to convict his killers. 65 years later, we still struggle for justice, demilitarizing the police, dismantling mass incarceration, and declaring and determinedly as we can that Black Lives Matter. In our struggle for justice, there are no permanent victories. So on this day, 12 years ago, I was honored to address the Democratic National Convention in Denver. And on that night, on that evening in the Mile High City, our spirits were soaring as the Democrats nominated Barack Obama, who would go on to become the first African-American president of these United States. But the progress we celebrated then is imperiled yet again. And now we must march to the ballot box and the mailboxes to defend the freedoms that earlier generations worked so hard to win. In so many ways, we stand together today in the symbolic shadow of history. But we are making history together right now. We're marching with the largest and most active multi-generational, multiracial movement for civil rights since the 1960s. From high school students to senior citizens, Black as well as white, Latino, Asian American, Native American, Pacific Islanders. Americans are marching together, many for the first time, and we're demanding real, lasting structural change. We are marching together for time-honored goals and in timely ways. We are courageous, but conscious of our health. We are socially distant, but spiritually united. We are masking our faces, but not our faith in freedom. And we are taking our struggle to the streets and to social media. The nation has never seen such a mighty movement, a modern-day incarnation of what my father called coalition of conscience. And if we move forward with purpose and passion, we will complete the work so boldly began in the 1960s. We're marching to overcome what my father called were the triple evils of poverty, racism, and violence. And today, those evils have exacerbated 4 major challenges that currently face our country. First, COVID-19 tragically has killed more than 175,000 Americans, disproportionately African American, Latino, and low-income people in every background. Second, more than 30 million Americans are unemployed again, disproportionately people of color. COVID-19 has laid bare the structural and racial inequalities in our economy that kept too many people trapped in the debt and poverty. Third, police brutality and gun violence are killing so many unarmed African Americans. Today, we march with their families and we say their names. George Floyd, Wilhelm Jean, Breonna Taylor, Eric Garner, Michael Brown, Tamir Rice, Yusef Richardson, Terrence Crutcher, Trayvon Martin, Ahmaud Arbery, Elijah McClain, and so many others. And fourth, our voting rights are under attack. We must vigorously defend our right to vote. Those rights were paid for with the blood of those lynched for seeking to exercise their constitutional rights. They were paid for with the blood of civil rights workers, such as Sammy Young Jr., Goodman, Squirty, and Cheney, Jimmy Lee Jackson, Viola Luiso, James Reed. Those rights were paid for through the sacrifices made by heroes such as C.T. Vivian, Fannie Lou Hamer, Hosea Williams, and John Lewis. But since the United States Senate has failed to renew the Voting Rights Act, we have had to overcome a whole new trick bags of tactics. Press our votes, discriminatory voter ID requirements, cutbacks in early voting and vote by mail, voter purges targeting those who have missed several elections, and disenfranchising those who have served their time and paid their debt to society. And now COVID-19 is making it dangerous, even deadly, to stand in line at polling places. We shouldn't have to risk our lives to cast our votes. We need to be able to do what President Trump does, vote safely by mail. But now we are struggling to overcome the dismantling of the U.S. Postal Service for the express purpose of suppressing our vote. With all these threats to our lives and liberties, our challenge is to use this moment to expand this movement, a movement that not only raises its voice, but casts its votes, pursues its vision, and makes lasting change. The scripture says, where there is no vision, the people perish. Our vision is best expressed by a phrase we must never forget. That is the beloved community. With those words, my father, John Lewis, Ella Baker, Rosa Parks, and so many other historic women and men envision an America whose dramatic practice is as good as its promise. An America where the triple evils of poverty, racism, and violence will be replaced by peace, justice, and shared abundance. And where hate and fear finally give way to help and love. To achieve that America, we need to raise our voices and cast our votes. Over the weeks ahead, culminating on Election Day, we need to vote as if our lives and our livelihoods, our liberties depend on it, because they do. No person, no people are more keenly aware of the risk of disenfranchisement than those who suffered from it. There's a knee upon the neck of democracy, and our nation can only live so long without the oxygen of freedom. The strength must be exercised by more than rhetoric and more than marching. The simple challenge before us is that everyone can cast a ballot, and everyone who can must cast a ballot. And that ballot that is cast must be counted, and the result must be transparent and known to the whole world. So today, I can call on everyone with the means to drive people to the polls, to make a plan for yourself, for your family and your neighbor, for those organizations and companies that care about democracy. I call on you today to offer your resources and your capacity to make sure every ballot is counted. If our forefathers were willing to die for the right to vote, we can work for the right to vote, and I will continue to call on you to act in the coming days. No, my father was assassinated by standing in solidarity with poor working people, sanitation workers. Slogans, I am a man, was a statement. They were human beings of rights that should be respected and acknowledged. They were asking for safe working conditions, for a living wage, for recognition of their union, and for human dignity. They summed up their struggle with those 4 words: I am a man. That simple but powerful slogan impairs movements today, from Black Lives Matter to Fight for 15 and to the Me Too struggle against sexual harassment and abuse. Movements of marginalized Americans are still trying to claim the dignity they've been denied. Martin Luther King Jr. fought for the dignity of work, and that fight never ending. In 1963, the March on Washington demanded jobs and freedom. 1968, the Memphis sanitation strike workers that demanded, and the Poor People's Campaign insisted that working people should not live and labor in poverty. Those fights foreshadowed our struggle today to make the minimum wage a living wage, not a poverty wage. And we are fighting alongside the frontline workers, sanitation workers, healthcare workers, grocery workers, transport workers, food service workers, and so many more. They are praised for being essential, but they are treated as if they're expendable. While standing with sanitation workers in Memphis, Dad said, so often we overlook the work and the significance of those who are not in professional jobs, of those who are not in the so-called big jobs. Let me say to you tonight that wherever you are or whenever you are engaged in work that serves humanity and is for the building of humanity, it has dignity in work. Now we have a president who confesses greatness for grandiosity. But my father knew better. Everyone, he said, can be great because everyone can serve. He understood the human yearning for recognition. In his famous speech, he explained that everyone wants to be a drum major, the leader of the marching band. And he challenged us to channel our drum major instinct into becoming drum majors for justice. While we honor our history, we must be a living movement, not a monument. Dad were here today, I'm sure he would implore us not to deify him or selectively quote him when convenient. He would want us to be drama majors for justice, to champion the ideals he promoted: racial justice, social equality, and peace. And he would gently but intently challenge us not to dwell upon the past, but to live and labor in what he called the fierce urgency of now. So if you're looking for a savior, get up and find a mirror. We must become the heroes of the history we are making. And us means all of us. In 1963, after my father spoke, Byron Rustin, the architect of the march, asked the participants to join in demanding that Congress pass strong civil rights and voting rights laws. More than half a century later, we must demand that the United States Senate stop blocking passage of the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Restoration Act. So when we conclude today, let's remember that this is the commitment march in the spirit of 1963. I ask you to join me in pledging to act in 3 ways. First, because our civil and human rights are at stake in this election, I ask you not only to register, vote, make sure that at least one other person registers and votes. Second, I ask you to commit to service and struggle in your community, from voter registration to raising the minimum wage, to demilitarizing the police. Get involved with one or more of many worthwhile struggles in your community. And third, I ask you to pledge as my father and John Lewis did. Get into good trouble and do it nonviolent. And remember that in the fight against injustice, nonviolence doesn't mean passive acceptance. It means peaceful resistance. We must come together and join with the Black Lives Movement to raise our voices and say enough is enough. We must come with the Poor People's Campaign, the Climate Change and Environmental Justice Movement, the Women's March and Me Too Movement, the Parkland students and March for Our Lives, and say enough is enough. Martin Luther King Jr. famously said that the moral arc of the universe is long but bends toward justice. but he was also the first to say that it doesn't bend on its own. We must do some work ourselves. The final year of his life, he wrote in his last book, Where do we go from here, chaos or community? Well, my sisters and brothers and dear friends, in this defining moment for our history and our country, we must answer Dr. King's question. Will our answer be chaos or community? I believe some have chosen the answer with chaos, including the current occupant in the White House today. But we who believe must choose community. Because if we choose community, we can avoid watching the dream turn into a permanent nightmare. If we choose community, 50 years from now, people will say that we were able to redeem the soul of America and begin to fulfill the promise of democracy by systematically eliminating systematic racism and exploitation. My friends, if we choose community, we will be able to answer in the affirmative to the scripture. Here comes that dreamer. Come, let's slay him, and we shall see what will become of his dream. Finally, this afternoon, I want to say to you, not only do I come as a protester, but I come as a victim. My daddy was killed when I was 10 years old. Gunned down, you know that, by assassin's bullet. Some of you know, but may not know. 6 years later, my daddy's mother, my grandmother, was gunned down in the church while praying the Lord's Prayer. So I understand what it means to lose a loved one. But I'm so thankful that my grandfather and my mother and my aunts and uncles taught me about love. Because Granddaddy used to say, I refuse to allow any person to reduce me to hatred. The man that killed my lovely wife and the man that killed my son, I refuse to allow them even to reduce me to hatred. I love everybody. I'm every man's brother. If we're going to resolve these issues in America, we've got to come together. Dad talked about it in that sermon, Levels of Love. He talked about all of them. I'm only going to talk about the highest level of love. That love that seeks nothing in return. That love that is totally unselfish. You love someone if they're young, you love them if they're old. You love them if they're black, you love them if they're white. You love them if they're Native American. You love them if they're Hispanic or Latino American. You love them if they're African. You love them if they're Asian. You love them because you know that God calls you to do that. And if we're going to resolve all of these conflicts and crises in America, we got to find a way to do it in love. Thank you, and God bless you. And let's keep on keeping on.
Hello, 57th March on Washington. I'm Joy Ann Reid from MSNBC, and I wish that I could be here with you today as Reverend Al Sharpton is my colleague, my friend, my off-the-record pastor, and my big brother. I arrived in East Flatbush, Brooklyn, New York in 1986 at age 18, having left when I was 2. It was an era when Black Lives Matter meant Michael Griffiths, Yusuf Hawkins, Sean Bell, Amadou Diallo, Patrick Dorisman, and Gavin Cato. It meant the Central Park Five and the replacement of New York City's first black mayor, David Dinkins, with Giuliani time. A stay away if you're Black Bensonhurst and Howard Beach, and Reverend Al Sharpton, who was the only one who seemed to know what to do and who cared enough to do it. A generation earlier, it was Jesse Jackson, and before him, Dr. King. But for my generation, it was Reverend Al. Little did I know that many years later, I would get to know Rev as a local producer and host on Radio 1 when he was our big national host, and that he would become my colleague at MSNBC and a great mentor, supporter, and friend. Meanwhile, the National Action Network has never stopped working, even as the names have changed. Trayvon Martin, Michael Brown, Eric Garner, Sandra Bland, Tamir Rice, Freddie Gray, George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Jacob Blake. I marched with Reverend Selma when he pulled me to the front of the line so that I could be there to witness history and John Lewis's second-to-last public appearance. And I've watched him nurture grieving families as they cry out for justice. He has marched on presidents and had presidents confide in him. He has inspired me to use my gifts to make real change. And he has been our backstop and our defender in dark times. We know that when we call him, he will be there and he will do something. and cause something to be done. 57th Anniversary March on Washington, please join me in saluting our defender and my big brother, Reverend Al Sharpton.
No justice! No justice! No justice! No justice! What do we want? What do we want? What do we want? When do we want it? 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 All right. 57 years ago, in 1963, there was a struggle in Birmingham, Alabama. There was the assassination of Medgar Evers, the head of the Mississippi NAACP. In the middle of struggle and murder, they came to Washington to demand that the federal government give them a Civil Rights Act and voting rights. They marched that day, in a hot, blistering day like today, saying that as we struggle, we need legislation. And they stayed on that movement until they got the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. They came young and old. They came from the South. Many of them couldn't stop on the road to use a bathroom because it was against the law, but they came anyhow. Many of them couldn't stop and eat in a restaurant. They had to put their sandwiches in a paper bag because no restaurant would serve them because it was against the law, but they came anyhow. Many of them couldn't rest in a motel overnight, but they came anyway because it was against the law for them to stop. Because they came in 63, we were able to come back in 2020, riding whatever we wanted to ride, stay in whatever hotels was available. They opened the door for us, but there's still some doors we have to open and some people we've got to straighten out. 2020. We must deal with those that want to rob our right to vote. And even though we are here in the midst of a pandemic, social distancing, telling y'all the distance, and I'm keep saying spread out. We want to come to show with our bodies that enough is enough. When I was headed to George Floyd's funeral, I talked with Martin III, and I said, you know, maybe we go back to Washington. He said, well, let's talk it out, Brother Al. As I was giving the eulogy, I announced this march. We didn't know how we were going to do it, how we were going to plan it, how many would come, but we did it. Why are we in Washington? I talked to one of the leading minds of our nation, Dr. Michael Eric Dyson, and he told me that, Reverend Al, you've got to understand that until there's federal legislation, every state will do what it wants to do.
We have passed in the House of Representatives the George Floyd Policing and Justice Act. Now we need to pass that act in the Senate. We need Mitch McConnell and the U.S. Senate to meet on the George Floyd Policing and Justice Act, or we're going to meet you senators at the poll in November 3rd, whether we got to mail in, walk in, ride in, crawl in. We want our bill passed. Several weeks ago, John Lewis, an outstanding congressman, made his transition. God and I were here. Was with us, John Lewis. He and Reverend Hosea Williams and Amelia Boykin were beaten on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, tear gas, that led to the Selma to Montgomery March that got us the right to vote. And that right lasted till 2013, when they took and gutted out the middle of that bill, taking away the map. But we come to Washington saying, how do you memorialize John Lewis and allow the bill that he stood for us to die? We want the John Lewis voting rights bill for the Congress. We didn't just come today to have a show. Demonstration without legislation would not lead to change. We didn't come out and stand in this heat because we didn't have nothing to do. We come to let you know that we will come out by these numbers in the heat and stand in the heat, that we will stand in the polls all day long. They keep telling me about how it's a shame that black parents have to have the conversation with our children. How we have to explain if a cop stops you, don't reach for the glove compartment, don't talk back. The conversation. But we've had the conversation for decades. It's time we have a conversation with America. We need to have a conversation about your racism, about your bigotry, about your hate, about how you would put your knee on our neck while we cry for our lives. We need a new conversation. Oh, we didn't come to start trouble, we came to stop trouble. You act like it's no trouble to shoot us in the back. You act like it's no trouble to put a chokehold on us while we scream, I can't breathe 11 times. You act like it's no trouble to hold a man down on the ground until you squeeze the life out of him. It's time for a new conversation. I wondered why. I asked Dr. Dice, why did they have the march at Lincoln? Why didn't they go to the Jefferson Park? Why didn't they go to the Washington Monument? And he told me, you got to understand, Reverend Al, 100 years before 63, 1963 was 1863. 1863, Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. He promised us full citizenship if we fought to save the Union. He promised us 40 acres and a mule. We never got the full citizenship. We never got the reparation. We come to Lincoln because you promised, Mr. Lincoln, and the promise has been broken. And we come like Dr. King came 57 years ago to say we're tired of broken promises. Some say to me, Reverend Al, y'all ought to denounce those that get violent, those that are looting. All of the families have denounced looting. But we haven't heard you denounce shooting. We will speak against the looting. But when will you speak against wrong police shooting?
They not.
I remember Reverend Dr. Y.T. Walker that Reverend W. Franklin Richardson spoke today and sat us down and said that after the Montgomery boycott and they had gone to Albany, Georgia, and the movement stalled because in Albany there was a certain kindness. They said they wanted to find someone that would demonstrate the raw disregard for rights. And as they did, they went all over the South. Reverend Fred Shuttlesworth told them to come to Birmingham because there was a police chief there named Bull Connor. And Bull Connor would act in a sensitive and brutal way. Well, in 1963 and 1964, they fought Bull Connor. Here we are in 2020. We've gone from Bull Connor to Bull Trump.
I knew you were there.
We've gone from a mean-spirited
good speech.
sheriff to a mean-spirited president whose lips drink with the words of interposition and nullification. We do not want to be disrespected. How do you speak while this young man, Jacob, lies in a hospital and you won't call his name? How do you sit while Breonna Taylor's in a grave and you won't call her name? How do you sit while Eric Garner's in a grave and you won't call his name? How do you sit while George Floyd is laying in a grave and you won't call his name? Well, Mr. Trump, look right down the block from the White House. We come to Washington by the thousands. We gonna call their name. We gonna call their name. We'll never let America forget what you done. Call their names. This is the time. This is the time for legislative change. This is the time for us to vote like we never voted before. And don't just vote for the top of the ticket. Vote all the way down. Go down from the top to the bottom. Vote all the way to the dog catcher. We want to get rid of anybody that's in our way, because our parents died to give us the right to vote. You can mess with the mail, but it ain't the sacrifice that Goodman and Cheney and Swearney gave. Our vote is dipped in blood. Our vote is dipped in those that went to their grave. We don't care how long the line. We don't care what you do. We want to vote not for one candidate or the other, but we will vote for a nation that'll stop the George Floyds, that'll stop the Breonna Taylor. They say when George Zimmerman was acquitted for the murder for the murder of Trayvon Martin, 3 young senior sisters wrote the slogan Black Lives Matter. And it resonated. Why did it resonate? Because too long you acted like we didn't matter. They said, well, everybody matters, but everybody hasn't mattered the same in America. Reason we had, and still have to say Black Lives Matter, is because we get less health care like we don't matter. We go to jail longer for the same crime like we don't matter. We get poverty, unemployment, double the others like we don't matter. We treated with disrespect by policemen that we pay their salaries like we don't matter. So we figured we'd let you know whether we tall or short, fat or skinny, light skin or dark skin. Black lives matter, and we won't stop until it matters to everybody. Let the sister, if she want to hold up her fist, leave her alone. Let me say, as we hear from some of the victims, and as we get ready to march over to the King Memorial, 1963, Dr. King talked about he had a dream. Today, he heard from his heir and his son, Martin Luther King III, his beautiful wife, Auntie, and his granddaughter, Yolanda. And they are in their bloodline, the children and grandchildren of the dream. But we come in the same spiritual lineage. Because I want this country to know that even with your brutality, you can't rob us of our dreams. Your bigotry can't rob us of our dreams. Because we've always had the dream beyond our circumstance. We always had the dream of being, but we were not allowed to be. We are the dream keepers, which is why we come today black and white and all races and religions and sexual orientation to say this dream is still alive. You might have killed the dreamer, but you can't kill the dream, because truth crushed the earth shall rise again. We gonna rise, never to fall again. We gonna stand up even when our legs are tired. We gonna make this dream come true. Let me say this. Let me say this as we close. I want everybody to be orderly. Let me say this. We all should leave here committed to this dream alive. I want everybody that went to the website, NationalActionNetwork.net, NationalActionNetwork.net, that wants to help us on election day, poll watching, to protect our vote. I want you that will be signing up. Early voting starts in 2 weeks. We on a nonpartisan way. Want to put people all over this country. They want to suppress our vote. We've got to have foot soldiers that will protect the vote and that will be out there. I want you to say yourself that you could have been so much more. You had ideas and dreams, not only as a race, but as a person. But society had their knee on your neck. We could have developed and been as successful as others, but society had their knee on our neck. But we're not going to lay and submit no more. We're not going to take it. Some have different tactics, but we all are rising up. You're going to get your knee off our neck. If we got to march every day, if we got to vote every day, we will get your knee off our neck. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. No justice. No justice. No justice. No justice. All right. I want to bring out, I want y'all to back up. I want y'all to bring to my left is the mother of Breonna Taylor. Say her name. Say her name. Say her name. Say her name. Let us hear from Tamika, the mother of Breonna Taylor.
Hi, everybody. First, I just want to thank everybody who's been in support of getting justice for Breonna Taylor. Second, I just want to, I got to thank Louisville, Until Freedom, my family, and most importantly, Kenneth Walker, for coming out here and continuing to say her name louder. What we need is change, and we're at a point where we can get that change, but we have to stand together, have to vote. That's right.
Say her name. Say her name. Say her name. All right, wait a minute. I brought Mr. Lincoln all of the broken promises. We all stopped when a man was killed with a knee on his neck, narrated his own death on videotape that didn't know they were recording. But his death has been the impetus of a global movement. I bring you his brother, the brother of George Floyd, Breonna Floyd.
my sister Bridget, my attorney Tony Romanucci, my wife, Sister Tanya. All right. I'm so overwhelmed right now, but everybody's here right now. Hey, I wish George were here to see this right now. That's who I'm marching for. I'm marching for George, for Brianna, for Ahmad, for Jacob, for Pamela Turner, for Michael Brown, Trayvon, and anybody else who lost their lives or are too evil.
You else want to come on in and get this work? I know it's hot out there.
I got
you. They want to come in here and get this beautiful AC, I know. But they ain't welcome.
It's never been more clear than change right now. It's happening right now because we demand it. Everyone here has made a commitment because they wouldn't be here for no other reason right now. It's hot, and I know it's hot, but as of now, we here because we are being fried right now, man.
They said, can't wait. I can't wait. Please go cheese. Live and breathe.
As of now, everybody out here right now, our leaders, they need to follow us while we're marching to enact laws to protect us. Man,
Sorry, take your time. Take your time there, bro. Everybody got a good.
My brother George, he's looking down right now. He's thankful for everything that everybody is doing right now. Y'all showing a lot of empathy and passion, and I'm enjoying every last bit of it right now. If it weren't for y'all, I don't know where I'll be right now. Because y'all are keeping me running. I have to advocate for everybody, man. Because right now, Jacob Blake, I'm feeling hard just to talk right now. Shot 7 times, man. With his kids. That's painful.
I'm Bridget Floyd, George Floyd's sister. I want you guys to ask yourself right now, how will the history books remember you? What will be your legacy? Will your future generations remember you for your complacency, your inaction? Or will they remember you for your empathy, your leadership, your passion, for weeding out the injustices and evil in our world? You know, Martin Luther King stood here 57 years ago. And he told the world his dream. But I don't think y'all know that we're here right now and have the power to make it happen. I don't think y'all hear me. But we have to do it together. We have to do it together. For our generations to come, our children. My brother cannot be a voice today. We have to be that voice. We have to be the change. And we have to be his legacy. Thank you from the floor, family.
Now, wait a minute, y'all too close to each other. Y'all stretch your arms out and stretch out now. I know we outside, you got on a mask, but don't get that close. Y'all spread your arms and social distance. Not too tight up here.
Sorry about that, y'all. I was in there making a salad. Y'all see, we got the salad, we got the tomatoes, we got the shredded cheese. Looks good. We got the blue cheese dressing, and we got the singles. I'm gonna ready spread these singles by hand and put them on the salad. I'm here. Floyd.
Give a hand to Floyd family as we get ready. Please have one speaker. Now,
Good.
Now,
Jacob Blake.
A few days ago, I got a call and talked from son was shot in Kenosha, Wisconsin, 7 times in the back. While he was running into his car, policeman at the edge of his t-shirt. There was no weapon in his hand. There was no threat to the policeman. By law, a policeman should only use deadly force when they are under life extenuating circumstance. What could have been the circumstance when a man's running away from you? What could have been the circumstance when a man is trying to get in his car? Now they say that they have found a knife in his car, but then they examined the police if they had x-ray vision to see through the car door.
When he shot him, he didn't know what was in the car. What he knew was that a black man seems to be expendable. And we come to say we are no longer expendable. We are going to demand justice. His mother and father are both here. Mother got a little heat exhaustion and is sitting in the tent. But I bring you the father of this young man we are all rallying for. This is Jacob's daddy. He said to me, I'm going to fight for my son. I'm going to fight for justice. Let's welcome to the platform, Jacob Senior. Jacob Blake. Say his name. Say his name. Say his name. Say his name. His sister's going to first speak for the mother.
America, unapologetically, I am here to tell you in front of the world that you got the right one. God has been prepared me. America, your reality is not real. Catering to your delusions is no longer an option. We will not pretend. We will not be your docile slave. We will not be a footstool to oppression. Most of all, we will not dress up this genocide and blue and call it police brutality. We will only pledge allegiance to the truth. Black America, I hold you accountable. You must stand, you must fight, but not with violence and chaos. With self-love. Learn to love yourself, Black people. Unify. Group economics. Black women, you are your brother's keeper. I know it's heavy, but forgive him and heal. His manhood was taken from him a long time ago. Build him up. Black children, read, learn, grow, and live, and question everything. Black men, stand up. Stand up, black men. Educate yourself and protect the Black family unit. Period.
No justice. No justice. No justice. Jacob Blake. Jacob Blake. Jacob Blake. There are two systems of justice in the United States. There's a white system and there's a black system. The black system ain't doing it. But we're going to stand up. Every black person in the United States is going to stand up. We're tired. I'm tired of looking at cameras and seeing these young black and brown people suffer. We're going to hold court today. We're going to hold court.
We're going to hold court.
Systematic racism. We're going to have court right now. Guilty.
I'm going to put this blue cheese back in the refrigerator, y'all. Hold on.
Guilty. Racism against all of us. Guilty. Guilty. Racism against Trayvon Martin. We find them guilty. Racism against George
racism against Jacob Blake. Abdul Wallah. If I said the name wrong, Allah forgive me. Guilty! And we're not taking it. I ask everyone to stand up. No justice! No justice! I met this man when I was 7 years old. How did I know I was going to be mad again? Circumstance. I truly did not want to come to college. My father was in town for the first march on DC. I have a duty. I have a duty to support and understand each one. I love everybody in this crowd. I love you. If nobody told you today that Jake loves you, but we're going to stand up, baby. We're going to stand up together. I need your strength. Big Daddy's legs ain't that good anymore. I need your strength. No justice! No justice! I love y'all.
I want to bring Attorney Gabby Lamont, represents these families. Then I want Attorney Stewart to come, represents others. There are many families here. I think we should hear from a few more before we march to the King Memorial.
Good afternoon, D.C. I'm Attorney Gabby Lamont. I represent.
Alrighty, I got my salad ready. Problem is, my refrigerator is so cold that it's frozen. So I'm gonna sit it in the microwave.
George Floyd and was strangled for 10 minutes.
And
also
let it get the room temperature.
Jacob Blake.
And no, I'm not gonna eat the salad.
Unhumanly is killed, shot 7 times, but he lives today.
What the hell is wrong with Al Sharpton? It looks like he's wasting away. That man used to be fat. What's wrong with him, y'all? Look like he's just wasting away.
At this time, I want to just thank Reverend Al Sharpton and National Action Network for having this event here today, because action is what we're here for. I'm going to tell you right now, we're tired of talking. We're tired of talking. We're tired of playing games. 2020 is the year that America is going to be put on timeout. We think the Milwaukee Bucks and all the NBA teams who sacrifice their game for this special cause. We think the Major League Baseball, we think all the actors, entertainers, celebrities across this country who utilize their platform.
He not only he look almost alien.
Today, I just want to let you know, this is the last season of the police version of How to Get Away with Murder. We know your playbook. We know your plays. Step 1, claim that you in fear. Find an object or an action and say that you in fear so that you have to justify killing a black or brown person. Step 2, assassinate that black or brown person. And then step 3, you assassinate his character. Then after you get to step 4, delay your investigation. You exaggerate it. You got the video that takes 20 seconds to watch, but you take 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months to say you're still investigating. And then when you call an uproar around our community, then you attack our protesters that are gathering peacefully and take any extreme
Hey, Sam.
tear gas against them. I want to let you know, we're here today because the game is over. This timeout is not in vain. We know your plays, and it's over. It is training day for police officers and law enforcement agencies across the country. It is training day. You don't train your officers on the standard operating procedures, get them racial bias training. The great civil rights lawyers in this country will hold you accountable. And I'm gonna let you know right now, it's not gonna be cheap because Black Lives Matter. I want to thank you right now all across this country for standing up for justice, standing up for this very important cause. Time is now to take change. We're not going to stop until we get it. And we're going to shut it down if we don't get it. If we don't get it, we don't get it. Thank you. Now I'm going to bring up the family of Joel Acevedo, another case in the state of Wisconsin where an officer strangled an innocent man for 10 minutes.
Damn. Hey, I can't stop.
Let us free! We need to be free. We are free people. I come down here to let everyone know that these governments know as well that we have rights. And if there's not going to be no justice, there's never going to be no peace. I love that this is what God wants our brothers and sisters to stand in one and unity with the Hispanics, Asians, every different nationality is standing for right. So Joel Acevedo did not deserve to die. He was my son, invited to a police party where there was drugs and alcohol. The city of Milwaukee's been hiding this case. They choked him for over 10 minutes into the officer's house, Michael Mattioli, along with his two accomplices that they want to use as witnesses, Andrew Joukowsky and Eric. Mr. Peterson, I tell you right now, America, wake up. You're going to get a rude awakening. We come against you, Satan, in the name of Jesus Christ. We stand for what's right. Thank you. I love you all.
As we bring on Attorney Stewart and the family of Ahmaud Arbery, hold it. Trying to get everybody in. As we get next set of family members come forward and prepare to march to the King Memorial. Many athletes and artists have stood for justice. One of them said, I'm coming to sing for the family. May we hear from internationally acclaimed artist B.B. Winans.
Uh-oh, baby. Baby Winans.
No justice!
Wait a minute. It's Baby and Say Say. Say Say the woman, right? That must be Baby.
This song I wrote after the death of Freddie Gray. My son at the time was 15 years old. All I remember was seeing my son's eyes in Freddie's eyes. And I went to the piano and I wrote a song.
Nice, yeah.
Not just for my son, but for every son and every daughter that's represented. Black lives matter. I said black lives matter.
They don't think so.
Lives.
They think we're expendable. We're not human beings. We're superhuman.
My
long to see his eyes looking back at me with that smile, his possibility and our plan. Don't take away from me with your hand. At night I close my eyes and I pray, Lord, cover him with love and your grace. How can you know his heart, my friend, when already judged him by his skin? See, it's the right to live that we're after. Wanna trade my tears to laughter. 'Cause in one moment, dreams are shattered. Our sons and daughters matter. Yes, black lives matter. Oh. So let my words resound clear, with hands lifted high and revered urgently. Regard, dispel fears in hope of saving lives that we hold dear. Yes, we do. See, it's the right to live that we're after. We must trade our tears for laughter. 'Cause in one moment, dreams are shattered. Our sons and daughters, they matter. Yes, they do. Black lives matter. Oh, yes, they do. My children, your children, rich children, poor children. Jesus loves the little children, all the children of the world. Your children, her children, his children, our children. Jesus loves the little children, all the children of the world. It's the right to live. It's the right to live on after. We must trade these tears for laughter. 'Cause in one moment, dreams are shattered. Our sons and daughters matter. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Black lives matter. Oh, I'll say it one more time. Oh, your children, my children, rich children, poor children. Jesus loves the little children, all the children of the world. His children, her children, your children, our children. Jesus loves the little children, all the children of the world. It's the right, we have a right to live that we're after. Oh, this is the time to trade our tears for laughter. 'Cause in one moment,
whining.
Where's Say? Where's Say? All right, y'all. That's a great way to end it. All righty, y'all. Welcome back to the show. Welcome back to the show. Yeah, job I work, guy used to like to play the religious music. You know, sometimes they will come on, Bay and Say. But you know, they brought up a lot of good points. We were promised 40 acres and a mule. And our grandparents never got it. We were promised that we would be equal. In order for us to be equal back then, they would have had to share everything. So that means to be equal, we all must have equal. Equal land, equal money, equal everything. But they made separate but equal. So we had the rundown toilet and they had a nice clean one. We had the rundown water fountain, they had a nice clean one. They sit in the front of the restaurant, we had to sit at the back by the back door. They called that equal. If we could eat that all. A lot of places we could eat that all. But they called that equal. I don't think they know what equal means. Now, if they gave us our 40 acres in the mule, then we would have had land in the mule to draw the plow. And we could have grown our own crops. But they didn't want that. If we wanted land, we had to work for them to earn it. And they triple charged us, or they would charge a white person. Because we couldn't, most of us couldn't act, that they could keep changing it. And some black people died thinking they were buying property. In actuality, they wasn't counting none of their payments toward their property, and they didn't get it. But they call that equal. If you got a little too arrogant and thought too much of yourself, they will come destroy your land. Just set it on fire. So you couldn't grow no crops there. Then your land be useless. They call that equal. I don't think they understand what the word equal means. Instead of them kicking the people in the South butt and going down there and making sure all the changes go through, because you notice here in 2020, what do you hear Trump say? Some governors got all them cities, and well, you the president. Why you not going down there and looking? You ain't even been there, but you talking about, yeah, they doing it. You ain't even been there. Have you gone to look, sir? The same way the North didn't look and see what the South was doing. You don't look. You supposed to be the president of the United States. You scared to go anywhere. Portland won't take my offer. You take your butt up there. What's going on here? I'm the president of the United States. What's going on here? Stop trying to give states. That's the problem. States' rights. That's their excuse. States' rights. To not do anything. You are the leader of all 50 states. You are the boss, the numero uno. This is the reason why most things fail. Because they don't know. They don't know how to run nothing. They say we stupid. You don't think some Kung gonna say, well, you know, I let them do what they want to do. Now he go down there and kick them in the butt. You think in Japan, they go, oh, most honorable, you go ahead and do what you want to do. You think in China, they go, hang on, you do what you want to do. You think in Russia, you think Putin say, well, you know, these daggone states are horrible, man, but you know, I'll let them do what they want to do. We the only country in the world that don't put the boot on the neck of the people you're supposed to. You're supposed to have your boot on the neck of every mayor, every councilman, every governor. But only the cops put their boot on black people, on the Mexicans. Somebody explain that. They only put their boot on the minorities. You the president of the United States. If you see something going on in Portland, you supposed to go handle it. Senate don't want to bail out Democrat run cities. Go down there and find out what's wrong with them. No, we just going to sit here and complain about it. We're not going to get any money. Because they're not going to follow up on it. It's money out the door. And those mayors and those white men that run the city, they know we're going to take the money and we're going to put it in our pocket. We're going to give enough to the people to keep them quiet. Minorities don't complain, but we got to get something to the white folk, you know. And they're going to put the rest of their money in their pocket. How does somebody that make $30,000 be worth $1 or $2 million? They putting our money in their bank account, that's how. Special interest groups give them money to get things they want. You wonder why the ponds are polluted. Because the companies are giving the government officials payoff money. These are the things that go on. Nobody has the cojones to go say anything. You know why? Because when you say something, you wind up dead. When you stand up to these races, you end up dead. And it don't matter if you're black or white, it's about the money. You're going to wind up dead. And that's why nobody don't say nothing. John Kennedy stood up to him, what happened? Dead. Everybody else learned. Don't say nothing. Because you're going to wind up dead. When are we going to expose these corrupt people? When are we going to expose and get rid of these old people that they got the old boy network going on? When are we going to get them out of here? When are we going to look at all the police complaints and not hide them? And like the young man said, why is it that it takes months to do an investigation when we can look at the video and see what's going on? It take them months. You know why? They hope you forget. So they can move that police officer someplace else and let them keep doing the same thing. That's what they want. Well, you know, black folk be on something else in a minute. Isn't that what they do? Isn't that what Nancy Pelosi did today? Throwing Joe Biden under the bus? Because the heat was on her? Yeah, now I was thinking that he might as well took it off. That mask kept coming down. I don't understand why people won't spend money on a mask. I just don't understand it. They will not spend money on a mask. I just don't get it. And people still walking around with no mask on. A lot of people in that crowd didn't have no mask. I had my mask on in 90-degree heat yesterday. And I'm driving and I'm still talking to y'all. It ain't that hard. When I was sitting there charging the scooter at the market, I was talking to y'all. I didn't take the mask off. We were inside the market. Now remember, I turned the 360-degree camera off and put it up in the cart, remember? I took everything of value off the scooter and took it with me inside. And we left the scooter there charging. And we made it home safely. We're going to get the stimulus. It's a matter of when. Because the problem is, the Republicans see the stock market doing well. They think because the stock market is doing well, we don't need a stimulus. But they don't know the stock market is riding the last stimulus. That they are buying the junk bonds. And that's keeping the stock market going. The government using our own money to buy bonds. Rich people are sucking up everything. But they know the market gonna crash. And then when they come back up, they're gonna look real good. But it's gonna crash again. As long as the investors think it's gonna be another stimulus, they're keeping it going. But as we go on and on and on, they're gonna say, hey, they're not gonna get no stimulus out. But the Republicans are using the stock market as a reason not to give it. They don't want to do the plan at all. They don't want to do the plan at all. The economist is warning them. It's going to crash again. And if the stock market crashed before the election, Trump not getting reelected. And that's why all of a sudden, the Republicans want to do the stimulus. That's why they want to do the stimulus. If they don't get a stimulus done, chances are Trump not going to get reelected. The CV, we ain't even checked it yet. The CV has not come down. How do you excuse not doing it? I'm asking y'all, how do you excuse not doing it? You want to give $93 billion. These daggone Senate Republicans want to give $93 billion to their rich buddies. They don't want to give you jack. They don't want to give first responders jack. They don't want to give teachers that are risking their lives to teach your kids. They don't want to give them jack. But they'll give money to the people that's already got it. People are sick. But you want to make excuses for them. All right, Brother Derek, be quiet. You don't know what you're talking about, Brother Derek. Shut up. And then that's what you want to say? You want to excuse the behavior. You don't want to call it out and correct it. You want to excuse the behavior. That's why things don't never get no better. You want to keep making excuses. Why these people do us wrong. We want to excuse. We don't want to deal with it. Why? I don't know. Somebody cheating me, I won't deal with it. Somebody messing my future up, I want to deal with it. All right, y'all, it's 5 minutes and 45 seconds. 5 hours and 45 seconds. We're not going to be able to edit the video. So I'm going to stop this live. And then we're going to come back and we're going to continue on in the Gospel of Luke. I believe we're at 5. We're at Luke 5, if I'm correct. So y'all, let me stop this show. And let me retitle it. And let's come right back. All right? Right back. I'm not sleepy. I'm not tired. I'm not going to go lay down. I'll be right back. So, we got to figure out how to start this again. But, see, it's saying no activity. How is there no activity? Something ain't right. That's the activity feed. Why is there no activity? Something not right. Why is there no activity? All right, I gotta figure this out. I don't know how. I gotta figure this out. I can show y'all real quick. Y'all see that? See, there's the chat right there, right? This is the OBS in the middle. It's usually full screen. Over here, you see the activity feed. There's no stream activity. We've been on for almost 6 hours. How there ain't no activity? What are we doing wrong? Now that's me. It says no activity. I don't understand. I don't understand. But alrighty, y'all. Let me turn that off. All right, y'all. Give me like 5 minutes. I'm gonna stop and restart. I hope I ain't gotta load everything in again.